The platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club, and for the final time in Term 2 of 2026, we welcome you to Wednesday Night Motorsport, our all tin top night, our night where all categories are at the same venue, and we're better than Mount Panorama Bathurst in the central western New South Wales to bring the curtain down on the merch.GSRC.inc Rd-10 GR Challenge, and also, of course, the Trophi.AI Supercar Series. A super sprint round for the Toyotas tonight, meaning a slightly later start than usual to the Supercars. That'll be kicking in around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on an enormous Wednesday night of sport right around the country, least right around the world. Of course, World Cup fever in full swing and plenty of cricket on as well. Good evening, everybody. Zach Caven and Adam Lavis with you. Welcome to Wednesday Night Motorsport across Facebook and YouTube. Welcome to the final instalment of our Supercar support program for this term, with no certainty yet as to what categories are staying and going as far as the calendar shake-up's concerned, ready for the commencement of Term 3 on Monday, July 6th. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. A very cloudy, very foggy, very misty Mount Panorama Bathurst at the moment as we prepare for the season finale of the GR86 Challenge. Cars are on the grid lining up for Heat 1. Let's not muck around. Let's have a look at the championship points coming into this round. It is a three-way fight, really. Actually, sorry, a two-way fight. It's a three-way fight tomorrow night. It is Braden Sagasa up against Benny Snell for the title, and Benny knows that he's got his work cut out for him here in trying to overturn Braden Sagasa's deficit. But what he does know is that he's got more drop rounds to lean on compared to Braden. 710 plate, 678 and an even 100 back to Lockie Purvis. Brett Barker in the mix for a podium finish. Jeff Adams and Richard King battling for the minors. So too Guy Leach, Chris Hen, Richard Brookfield and Adam Hayne. Grid, Mitch McLeod, who has been brilliant the last couple of weeks. 14th in the championship at the moment. Ryan's up on pole position, 226.5. Ahead of Braden Sagasa and Ben Snell. Our championship leaders are right where you want them to be. But look at the margin, 0.3 of a second from Sagasa back to Benny Snell. Adam Hayne in for fourth. Third row, John Merritt and Mark Heppel. Good to see him back on the grid. Guy Leach, Jeff Adams from row 4. Richard King and Adam Funslow from 5. From 6, it's Chris Hen, Brett Barker. From 7, Jacob Miller and Lachlan Purvis. From 8, Jordan Dakin and Jordan Pianazzola, the all-Jordan 8th row. Callum Maxwell, Philip Hambley, John Baldwin, Hilton Booth. And then back to the rest of the field, ladies and gentlemen, beyond that. Kevin Wakefield, Richard Brookfield, Cam Southall, Nick Wood, Oscar Haynes, Tom Pritchard, Mitch Wood, Callum Heinrich and Harrison Rayner. Let's go! The first one on grand finale night from Mount Panorama. Beautiful start, Mitch McLeod. Adam Hayne got the better of Benny Snell as well on the run to turn 1. Stella looked to fight back on the inside as they head up Mountain Straight, but is unable to do so. Now got to get across and cover off John Merritt, who has 2 wheels in the grass. Trouble at the back. Lockie Purvis is round the wrong way and got clouded on the way through. The drag race up Mountain Straight. McLeod, Sagasa, Hayne and Snell. Merritt in the 5th. Down the inside comes Guy Leach on Jeff Adams. And he slots in behind Mark Heppel. Whoa, 3 wide further back as well, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. Cam Southall down on the inside. Philip Hambley slots into 19th. The cutting for the first time. Whoa, cloud of the wall, Mitch McLeod. Wowee. Got it all wrong coming out of the cutting, and he's given that Toyota 86 of his an almighty belt up against the concrete out of the uphill run. That is that steepest corner on the circuit, that one in 6th grade. Turn 4, the tight, narrow left-hander, known as the cutting, up across the top of the mountain. McLaren holds sway. Sagasa, Haynes, Snell, look at them all lining up for a shot at it. Formula V, tin top style, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way through the S's, the Dipper, and down towards the elbow for the first time. Only 10 minutes here, not a lot of time, get comfortable. Good evening to you, Adam Lavis. If you don't mind, can we have a look at the track and the weather radar settings on the right-hand side of the screen there? That info, please and thank you. There we are. 12 minutes to 4 local server time. June 17, 2026. 18 km/h winds westerly direction, predominantly. Tending northerly, I should say, northwest. 19 degrees the ambient, 19 on track, dry and cloudy conditions. 19's a bit of a stretch for a June day at Mount Panorama, but okay, whatever. Great move, Braden Sagasa down on the inside of Mitch McLeod to go to the lead at the chase on the opening lap. John Baldwin. Oh, that's beautifully done. Now he's got a real threat looming here. Miller's gone through on the outside. Pianazzola and Southall and Brookfield all in the mix here. Baldwin fighting for 16th. Hold it, boys, hold it. Down the inside. Richard Brookfield's in the mix here. And so too is Philip Hambley. Southall to the inside. Oh, leaving it late to lunge up on the inside of Johnny Baldwin. They did well to get it through. McLeod back down on the inside of Sagasta at the front to go back to the lead at turn 2. Sagasta with a switchback immediately, covering off the would-be attack of Adam Hayne. Ben Snell's there in 4th. And John Merritt is 5th. Invert top 8 for race 2, 12 for race 3. 95% here, ladies and gentlemen. It's amazing that iRacing picks Panorama's capable of 90 degrees in the middle of winter. But it's not the first time they've extracted the you-know-what out of weather settings here.
I think there's a...
Hello, Adam Lotus, get into you.
I think there's I think 18 degrees is the lowest air temperature I think the sim allows, I think, so that might be on the limit.
Well, Bathurst is one of those parts of the world that I have on my weather app on my phone, so I just go to the Bathurst page and it tells me the maximum there today actually was 17, so we're only one above average. At the moment, sitting on a very nice 11 degrees, heading overnight for 7 into 10 degrees to 17 tomorrow, 7 to 13 on Friday, but yes, then it drops significantly, only 13 degrees the expected maximum partway through next week. Down the Conrod Straight we go. Lap 2. Braden was the fastest on the opening lap, 2:29.357. Now, keep an eye on that, ladies and gentlemen, because the race clock is set for 10 minutes. You just get the feeling with the pace that these guys are exerting early on here as we have a look at Gasman down on the inside to the chase. Gets by McLeod on the outside now for turn 21 and covers it off beautifully. Sagasta back to the front. Champion-elect doing what champion-elect does. And leading from the front. McLeod, Haynes, Snell, Merritt, Heppel, Jeff Adams and Guy Leach make up the top 8. And that battle between Brookfield and Baldwin still raging. Snell with the dive bomb down on the inside of Haynes and pulled it up, got it done. But Haynes going to be back down on his inside as they get to Hell Corner. Keep an eye on the clock. I get the feeling we're going to squeeze in a 5th lap here, but it's going to require at least 2 minutes of overtime. So already we're chewing into that turnaround time between the end of this and the start of the Supercars at 9 o'clock. And I reckon we'll do it again for race 2. Look at the wheel banging and door banging going on here. Up on the outside, it's Heppel having a run on John Merritt, then tucks back in, then put 2 wheels in the dirt. I don't know if Mark Heppel realised where he was there for a moment. He's following Ben Snell through. Sagasta's at the front. They've gapped the rest of the pack. Heppel the fastest up at 26.475, slots it ahead of John Merritt now. Next target, Adam Hayne. Covers off Merritt again. Look at the train lining up behind him. Guy Leach holding the invert pole at the moment. Let's have a look at some incidents. This was Lockie Purvis. Wrong place, wrong time, and then just got battered like a pinata through turn 1. 1, 2, 3 hits he copped there. Tried to cover off and paid the price. Up over the top, Snell and Hayne have gapped now. Heppel and Merritt. Heppel and Merritt have been drawn back into the clutches of that battle for 6th, 5th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. Brett Barker, the last car in that train. They are all fighting for the invert top 8. They're all in the invert in race 3, but this is only race 1. It's not race 2. Looks like Jacob Miller might be having a little bit of a packet loss issue. We'll keep an eye on that. Down Conrod again. They're not going to see white this time, I don't think, Adam Lavis. I think they're going to beat the clock back to the line. Let's have a look. Mitch McLeod pushing Braden Sagasta through. Now, does the final race carry extra points tonight because it is a super sprint?
Yeah, it's a super sprint point, so sprint point, regular point, the payouts. So 50, 50, 100 little wins.
Oh, jeez. So an extra 10 minutes work and an extra 50 points on offer. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Whoa, down the inside. Merritt fending off Jeff Adams. Heppel's been passed by both of them. They didn't see the white flag as far as I can tell. No, Barney's going to wave white at about the 9-minute 50-second mark. 2 to go.
Which is, that's going to give us a lot of overtime because all 3 races are a 5-minute invisible. So given that we're doing just under 2.5 minutes, it's going to be a lot of overtime.
Well, particularly for race 2. Race 2 will be 7 laps. Race 3 we might be saved by the pit lane transit.
The pit lane thing might change, but they're doing 26 to 4 seconds a lap, so they might get it back. It's going to be very tight.
So we're sitting on either 10 or 11 for that last race tonight. It'll be 5, it'll be 7 for the first 2, and already some discussion in the chat thread regarding the luck or lack thereof of Lockie Purvis. Mitch Wood in 17th at the moment, chasing Richard Brookfield. Kev Southwell's got them. John Pianazzola and Jordan Dakin are glued at the hip. Richard King is at the back of this battle pack for 5th, and there's your 2 lead battle packs, ladies and gentlemen. Sagas has been passed again by McLeod as they stretch the top of the mountain one more time. Down to Skyline. Sagasa had a look on the inside but thought better of it. Through the S's, through the depot, 1-1 groove down towards the elbow. McLeod, Sagasa, Snell, Hayne, Merritt, Adams, Heppel, Leach, Funslow and Hen the top 10. Leach sitting on the invert pole at the moment for positions to be determined there. 9, 10, 11 and 12. They'll end up starting exactly where they finish everybody else in that battle pack. Will fill the first 2 rows of the grid. 1 to go at the line. So this race is going to be in excess of 31 kilometres to start the night, ladies and gentlemen. How good's that? To the chase. Whoa! Sagasta on the inside gets back by. Goes back on through. Oh, Mitch McLeod. Then put 2 wheels in the grass. Sagasta's going to lead us to the white flag. Snell and Hayne have latched back on and caught them. 4-way battle looming for the final lap, Adam Lavis.
Indeed. And also, I think Johnny Merritt's just trying to break that second group. He might not be close enough unless these guys start battling. We'll wait and see. 6 Ks to go.
White flag. One more time around. The merch.GSRC.inc GR86 challenge. Race 15 to 17 up mountain straight for the final time. It's important for Benny Snell here to make a run on this final lap. McLeod pushing Sagasa along as they crest the top of the mountain. And the rides there on mountain straight down towards Griffin's Bend.
And do we see them try and play some DRS chicken for the downhill run? Because who wants to be leading on the Conrod on the final lap is not ideal.
Yeah, and they're all aware of that. They'll happily let Sagasa lead if he will let them stay there behind him. If he's happy to lead, they will happily follow.
If he tries to play games of holding up for a 6-1 pass, it's going to bring Johnny Merritt back into the fold.
And you can already see he's driving a defensive line already as they head to the top of the mountain. Across Sylvan Park, down to Reed, then McPhillamy. Oh, look at him. Throw a handkerchief over them, ladies and gentlemen. How good is this? The first of 3 final laps on grand final night for the 86 challenge. Sagas is going to lead us to Skyline. 2:26.203 last time through for Adam Hayne, the fastest lap of the race. Only get a strong enough toe and run down Conrod to get 2 for the price of 1. McLeod wants another race win. Sagasa could put one hand on the championship here and now with a victory himself. On to Conrod, let's go. And already the drag race has started. John Merritt latching on, but he's too far back at the moment. Hayne and Snell are side by side. There goes McLeod. McLeod's going to go inside. Snelly to the outside. No, he's going to follow Mitch McLeod through. Here comes Ben Snell on the final lap. A little bit of acrobatic. Snelly to the grass. Contact the gap. There goes Hayne. Oh, no, they've all come together and they've somehow pulled it up. Into the second. Merritt around the outside of Snell. Final corner, Mitch McLeod to get another victory in the merch.PGSRCI.com 86 challenge. Together on the inside, Blake Lodge, no! Mitch McFarlane, victory lane again! Haynes, Sagasa, Snell! Merritt picked him at the line, actually. Merritt to fourth, Snell, Adam Keppel, Lee Onslow, and Chris Henn. And on the final lap...
Yeah, so I got the over and under then. Got it to work. Oh, that's not going to end well.
Whoa, oh, goodbye. See you later. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Jordan Pianazzola got the switch back on Jordan Dakin, you're right, for 13th. Cam Southall for 15th. Jacob Miller, Nick Wood, Phil Hambley, Harrison Rayner and Hilton Booth. Lockie Purvis is still on his way to the line. He had to come to pit lane at the end of the opening lap. So we've got plenty of time here to dissect all of that. Whoa! Adams, Heppel, Leach were 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. So Leach and Heppel are going to share the front row. Adams and Snell from row 2, Merritt and Sagasta from 3, Hayne and McLeod from 4. And have a look at this. What a moment. What a save.
Stanley got to slow down for that. That's putting him out of it. And the fact they haven't spun here.
Oh, it's extraordinary. Absolutely extraordinary. Merritt obviously...
He just cleared his slowdown down there, but Johnny's already got the run on him. Yeah,
Merritt obviously capitalising on the fact that he got the slowdown. So, and those drivers further back. The incident, was it... I'm just trying to pick up who it was. Was it Heinrich and Wakefield? Maxwell, I think, was involved as well. We'll have to have another look at that later. In the meanwhile, they're going to line up for race 2, ladies and gentlemen. Invert top 8. So, McLeod gets the spoils. First race of the night. Haynes, Sagasa, Merritt, Snell, Adams, Heppel, Leach, Funslow, and Henn made up the top 10. Only 5.67 seconds covered the top 12 in all of that. Huge gap then back to Pianazzola and Dakin, Southall and Miller. Wood, Hambley, Rayner and Booth made up the top 20. Grid for the second heat. Leach and Heppel front row. Adam Snell second row. Merritt, Sagasa third row. Hayne, McLeod fourth row. Funslow, Henn fifth row. King Barker sixth row. Pianazzola and Dakin seventh row. Southall, Miller 8th row, Wood, Hambley 9th row, Rayner and Booth from the 10th, Wood, Brookfield, Maxwell, Baldwin, Wakefield, Heinrich and Purvis round out the starting order of 27. And it's good to have a field that size lining up for the final 2 races of the season. Let's go again! Not so much time in the way of being able to stop, reset and catch our breath, ladies and gentlemen. They're racing once more, and this will be 7 laps of mayhem at Mount Panorama. And what's more, for the guys like Jordan Dakin and Jordan Pianazzola, a second chance here to get themselves into that top 12, because it's a top 12 invert for Heat 3. What sort of fireworks await as the guys that start in the invert 8 try and work their way back into the running order that we saw them cross the line in race 1? How about this? Leach, Heppel, Snell, Adams and Merritt the top 5 at Griffin's Bend. Rayner on his way through on the inside. And have a look at Brayton Sagasa already up at a 4th on the inside of Jeff Adams. Gets the elbows out, goes through Clegley. Now goes out in pursuit of Benny Snell. Leach and Heppel lead us to the top of the mountain. 3 races tonight. 3 races for the 86s. The third one will be 25 minutes in length. So the first race was 10, this is 15, and the next one will be 25. The first race was the add-on, essentially here. Whoa! The gas man had 2 wheels in the grass at McPhillippi. So yes, normally our sprint rounds are 15 and 25 minute races. So the third tonight is the 25 feature, obviously with the compulsory splash and dash. And as a result of that, you could argue that the additional race on the program tonight was the earlier one, as it was the shortest race of the campaign at 10 minutes. 5 laps, 12 and a half minutes it ended up being in the end, and full of excitement every step of the way. This one will be 7 laps. The next one we're sitting on the fence whether it's 10 or 11 at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. There goes Mark Heppel to the inside of Guy Leach down Conrad, first time. on this run towards the chase, and Snelly's up on the outside again. Snelly's up on the outside of both, but then gives the position back to Guy Leach to get across to cover off Braden Sagassa. Here's Sagassa down on his outside to Murray's corner. That's brave and bold on cold tyres from Braden. Look at the pressure that Johnny Merritt's under as well, as McLeod tries to find his way through a roadblock at the moment, which consists of Adam Hayne and Jeff Adams, and also John Merritt. Across the line we go. McLeod's down on the inside. He wants 2 for the price of 1 at turn 1 and might well get it yet. Have a look at McLeod down on the inside. Goes by Adam Hayne, goes by Jeff. Jeff Adams and Adam Hayne are gone at turn 1. Adam Hayne has been served up and has had enough on the tow rope. Wowee. Exit stage right for Adam Hayne. And that's created a huge gap in the road train at the front of this field, ladies and gentlemen. It's 4, then Merritt, then Gap, McLeod down on the inside. Have a look at Adam Funfell up there on the outside, trying to get by Richard King unsuccessfully. And in behind him is Chris Henn, Brett Barker, Jordan Dakin and Jordan Bielazola. They got the top close, so they're both in the invert now. Jeff Adams rejoins in 16th spot. That's a costly mishap for him. But at least he's still out there. Poor old Adam Hayne is going to be charging through from the back of the field at the start of race 3. Let's have a look at that again. 3 wide to turn 1. I don't know how they thought that was going to work. McLeod squeezed down on the inside, and Haynes been snatched into. Adams has pulled across, thinking Haynes going to, going to turn with him, but no. Haynes wasn't ready to turn the corner yet, Adam Lavis, and Adams has sent him flying.
Yeah, Richard's turning in. There's only 1 car that's on two. It's unfortunately for
Adam Hayne.
Haney. Unfortunately for Haney, he was big in the middle there and got the worst of it.
And he has just parked up and said, I call it quits. I'm done. Oh dear. Now have a look at this. Guy Leach trying to get himself up at a 2nd spot, but the man standing in his way is Benny Snell. Mark Heppel's leading the pack at the moment, and it's a racing 5 at the front, and it's a good thing for Braden Sagassa. He has got support there in the form of his teammate who leads for the moment. Snelly around his outside. Snelly's going through. Oh no, the teammates have come together. Can you believe that? Heppel and Sagassa have come together on the exit of the chase. Thankfully not detrimental, but here comes Mitch McLeod to add insult to injury. McLeod down the inside goes to 4th. Sagassa around the outside. Apple back up into 5th. Race control will be having a look at that one. Miller and Wakefield with slow down to serve. And it's all happening at Mount Panorama.
Just as you said, the teammates are about to help each other out too.
Yeah, exactly. I've Grant Guild them. I really have. I've put the mocker on them. Now, when I say it's all happening, my first thought was Bill Laurie. Which reminds me, Australia have bowled Bangladesh out for 131 on the first T20 International of their series. And they are none for 3 in the run chase. And that's through the first over. Successful start for Mitchell Marshall 2 and 1 extra. Mitch Wood here down on the inside of Richard Brookfield and Jacob Miller in that battle pack as well. No, sorry, Lockie Purvis, I should say. Mitch Wood 17th, Brookfield 18th, Purvis 19th. Purvis down on the inside, on the outside, I should say. Purvis trying to get by Brookfield. That wasn't going to work that time through. Snell, Leach, Merritt, McLeod, Sagassa, the top 5. Heppel's joined them in 6th. And it's a 1.2 second gap back to Richard King, who has an enormous train of cars lining up behind him all the way back to his teammate in 15th, Jeff Adams. Now, Australia and Bangladesh are actually up against each other twice tonight. The men's match commenced at 6 o'clock. The women's match, part of the Women's T20 World Cup, commenced at 7:30. And Bangladesh on the back foot on the ropes early at 2 for 16 through 4 overs. So the Aussies have made a very good start there. Bowling first, obviously. They won the toss. They chose to bowl first. It's worked so well for the boys. Why not for the girls? They're looking to go 2 from 2 in that group stage. Of course, dominant win over South Africa the other night. We'll go around the grounds all right tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty happening. Plenty to sink our teeth into. Let's go down Conrod.
My bad too. There was actually
Chris Henn.
Actually, Jeff Adams or Richard King, you got the side of Adam Green earlier.
It was. Correct. Yep. It was indeed. I hope I called that right.
I know what.
McLeod.
I know I stuffed it up. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, okay, copy. Oh no, Jeff Adams is off the road again! Jeff Adams is off the road again! Through the chase! On the exit! And with him was Mitch Wood and Cam Southall were also off the road. Let's have a look at this. Adams to the inside. Southall, oh no! Second bit of contact, this time on the inside from Jeff Adams. And it ruins the race for Southall as well. Adams to pit lane. And his night goes from bad to worse. So we are going to have a little bit of a jumbled up order for the third invert, and for the third race grid, which is going to be fantastic.
Well,
because there's a couple of guys that weren't in the invert earlier that are going to find themselves in there now, most notably our commentary colleague Jordan Bianazola, Adam.
Well, the other one that's on the verge is Lockie. Lockie might go from the rear of the grid to the pole for next race.
Yeah.
He might do a Chapo.
Yeah.
He might do a Chapo. The Chapo's 3-race specialty.
Yeah. Well, he's got to find 7 seconds. It's the only problem I've got with that. Nick Wood's 13th at the moment, on the cusp of on the plane of 12.
It's 7 seconds or 3 cars off the track.
True, and really, it's the Toyota 86s. So I'll meet you halfway with that. I'll wager that we could potentially see 3 cars fall off the road. Third Eye Pilot Services says I'm out, I'm done. I'm just trying to work out who that is. That's Oscar Haynes, is it? Or Adam Hayne. If it's Adam Hayne, he's been out for a few laps, and Oscar Haynes didn't even take the start. So, whoa! Every time they go 2x2 to the crest at the top of the hill, that drop down into the S's and dipper, I hold my breath. 3 to go at the line. Great to have your company. Wednesday night motorsport across Facebook and YouTube. An enormous night for you. Remembering that it's an early start. For those of you, I'm out for. Oh, that's right. There's footy on tonight as well. I sat here on grand final night on the Wednesday night of Term 2 last year and had someone up me for the rent for going around the grounds with the football. Thankfully, for that person, I couldn't give a stuff about the football this time round. Whoa! Rally cross tight ride for Brett Barker, who drops down in behind Nick Wood. Braden Sagas's uncle, of course. Oh, what, you're not going to stay and watch your nephew wrap up the championship? Understandable. Luckily, I couldn't give a stuff about the football this time around. Whoa! Trouble at the final corner. Harrison Rayner and Mitch Wood. What the hell? And one of those sounds a lot worse for wear than the other. Rayner it is. In trouble, and I reckon he's going to have to get on the tow rope. Yep, he does. Have a look at this. Oh, no. Down the inside.
Oh, the blue car. Johnny Baldwin was in the back of Rayner. Johnny Baldwin was in the back of Rayner.
Baldwin.
Yeah.
And Rayner's ridden the curb, and the momentum's taken him straight into Mitch Wood. Firstly, you've got so Mitch Wood and Harrison Rayner both with the mechanical meatball. Wood should be okay to clear that just by seeing the checkered flag. And have a look at Benny Snell under pressure from John Merritt. Merritt has found his way to the front of this madness. Let's stay with the leaders for the moment. 3 for 17 now, Bangladesh in that match against the Australians at the T20 Women's World Cup. Sagasa trying to get through the roadblock with his Mitch McLeod. That's not going to work. And have a look who's behind him. Heckle. And also Guy Leach. Richard King's only 1.7 seconds away. He's under pressure from Adam Funslow at the moment. Pianazola's driven from 13th up into 9th. Chris Henn, Jordan Dakin, Nick Wood. So Nick Wood, Jordan Dakin and Jordan Pianazola are going to find themselves in the invert this time round. They weren't last time round. And Adam Funslow as well. That's really good stuff. And that's all at the expense of Adam Hayne and Jeff Adams, that were in the top 12 last time round, in the top 8 in fact, and aren't able to be in the invert.
Brett Barker just clipped the bug one was. He's got his right hand down the steering now. That's as we crossed the camera, he hit the inside wall at the elbow.
And thankfully, that hasn't triggered a mechanical meatball for him. But you're right, it's affected his steering.
It's slowing him down, though.
Oh, yeah, big time. He's really going to have to work with the car and fight it all the way to the checkered flag now, and he'll be a little bit disappointed. This race is going to go 7 laps instead of 6. 2 to go up the line. Merritt down the inside. How's he fallen to third? And Cloud's gone by. Snelly's going to lead. Snelly needs to win this to stay in the fight for the championship. Sagasa is 4th. What can he do from there? Heppel and Leach could throw the cat amongst the pigeons as well. Callum Heinrich's got to slide down to serve. Penultimate lap, battle packs all the way down Mountain Straight. 7.1 seconds, the margin between the top 13 at the moment. Sagasa to the outside of Merritt. Merritt couldn't find a way through on McLeod. McLeod happy to sit behind Snell for the moment. Snell wants to lead from the front, needs to win. To the cutting we go. There's definitely some wall scraping going on. You can hear it in the sound effects, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely some wall scrapes happening. I'll keep you across the cricket scores, and I'll come back to why I'm not watching the Origin tonight as well a little bit later on. In the meantime, 13 and a half minutes gone here. We're going to see the white flag at the control line at the start-finish line. This time through. Ben Snell right where he needs to be. Looking for, I think it would only be his 3rd win of the season in the 86 if he is successful here. And I want to confirm that before I go any further with it. He had to wait until round 7, the week that I wasn't here. He grabbed a win on the feature of round 8 as well. So this would only be his 3rd win of the season. Arguably none more important than this if he's able to complete the job. Seal the deal. Set himself up for a championship showdown with Braden Sagasa. Over 25 minutes, including a splash and dash. Next time out. Whoa-hey! McLeod across to cover off Merritt. Down the inside of Snell, not close enough. Snell leads. McLeod 2nd. Merritt got across to ensure that Braden Sagasa didn't get a look through on the inside. 15 seconds to go when they hit the control line. Let's go. 6.213 kilometres separate us and the checkered flag in Heat 2. White flag flies at Mount Panorama. 23 turns. The most famous motor racing bitumen anywhere in the world, let alone Australia. Leach, I should say, wide on the exit of 1. Up Mountain Straight we go. Leach a sitting duck.
That second group there, it looks like Jordan's going wide the last corner and put himself at the back of that group, yeah?
Yep, and outside the invert now as well.
Yeah, the one person's missing out in that second group.
13th he is. Good pick-up, Adam. Time expires on this race. We're 26 seconds into work as they reach Griffin's Bend. To the cutting we go. Snell's going to defend the inside. McLeod's going to push him through. Merritt's there as well. Sagasa's too far back. Heppel will happily sit behind his teammate for the moment, although I'm sure they've had words regarding that exchange a few moments ago. At the chase. On the exit thereof at least. Fungslow is 7th, holding off Richard King. Dakin, Henwood, Barker, Pianazzola. Did John Merritt just try and have a look down on the inside of McLeod? Yes, he did. Across the grate. To Skyline. They ride the ripple strip, the curbing there beautifully. Down through the gears. Up on 2 wheels, down through the dipper. Let's go. Snell, McLeod, Merritt, Sagasa, Heppel, Leach, Fungslow, King, Dakin, Wood, Hen and Pianazzola. The top 12. Pianazzola's got back by Barker. They're still arguing over 12. One of them's going to miss out on the invert. McLeod to the inside, gangs up on Snell. Merritt will go to the outside, surely. Has to go to the outside. No, he decides to tuck in and follow McLeod along and push him through. Snell's blocking Sagasa. Merritt Stelling's inside. Sagasa decides to push Merritt along. Here we go. Last braking zone. McLeod goes to the lead. Merritt to second. Snelly's going to take full advantage of that if Merritt allows him to. No. Sagasta wedges his way down on the inside. Here comes Snelly down on the inside of Merritt to the final corner. 3 wide on the run to Murray's. Whoa! Oh, goodbye! It's McLeod. Sagasta around the outside of everybody. Are you bloody kidding me? Holy smoke! Mitch McLeod did well to get across the line in 6th. Look at this. 3 wide contact. Sagasta misses everything. It was contact all round. Snelly into Merritt. Merritt into McLeod. McLeod left hung out to dry. And Guy Leach has picked Benny Snell in a photo for 3rd. In a photo for 3rd. We need another look at that. And watch it from Mark Heppel's standpoint. He's missed out on everything here as well. Leach around the outside of everybody's gone up 3 positions on the final lap. Got McLeod, got Heppel under brakes, got Snell in the photo. What the hell?
Merritt's blocking a view.
There is nothing in that. Snelly unlucky. Brayton Sagasta has put one hand on the championship with an almighty final corner move. 3 positions on the run to Murray's. McLeod dead set unlucky not to double up. And really, both Merritt and Snell are lucky that they didn't go spearing into the gravel with him. Holy smoke. I'm not sure they're going to be able to top that. We've still got Hilton Booth and Harrison Rayner trying to get to the finish line. We'll probably get cut off partway through this replay, but watch Sagasta pushing Merritt along. That was the defining moment. And there he was down on the outside, so really he was going to get hung out to dry if it didn't blow up behind him. There it was. Oh, how lucky was he to not get cleaned up by Mitch McLeod. McLeod dead set when that car jagged the way that it did. If it didn't snap back the other way, so Gasser and he were going for a ride into the concrete on the outside. And that would have turned the championship on its head again. Sagasta the win by 0.6 in the end. Flattering margin considering the shenanigans. Merritt, Leach, Snell, Heppel, and then Mitch McLeod. Dead set unlucky in the fair income department. Funslow, King, Dakin, Henwood. Pianazzola did get Brett Barker in the run to the line as well. Pianazzola will start from pole in the invert. Top 12 season finale. Race 17, 25 minutes. Slash and dash requirement ×1. And we're ready to rock and roll. Going around the grounds for you. As I said, while they've got a bloke in the middle that is willing to make it 14 on 12 in game 1 and also probably has invested interest given that his gambling problems have come to light this week, Origin can get stuffed as far as I'm concerned. Let's go and remind you that our merch store is open for business and we await your purchase, ladies and gentlemen. Plenty of great merch and paraphernalia with the GSRC variety to get your hands on there. Shirts, singlets, jumpers, bottle openers, bucket hats, stubby holders, you name it, we've got it. GSRC, merch.myshopify.com, merch.tgsrci.com. Now, this will surprise nobody. The match between New Zealand and England, they haven't even been able to get play underway there yet. England have won the toss and have elected to bowl. The match has been delayed by a wet outfield, the second of their 3-test series. What about Kane Williamson retiring partway through the season, hey? Partway through the series. One of the greats of New Zealand cricketers hung the helmet up. But yes, they're at the Oval in London and they are ready for that match to get underway very shortly. India are playing Afghanistan at the moment, 2 for 205 through 29 overs. India having been sent into bat. The Bangladesh women are 3 for 26 through 7 overs, having been sent into bat by the Australians in the Women's T20 World Cup. And Australia are 1 for 37 against Bangladesh, who they bowled out for 131, so they need 95 off 95 balls in the first of the men's T20 internationals. We're here with thanks to Trophi.AI, waste options, the great people at Disruptive Labs, merch.tgsrci.com, and Flash Graphics. And we are lining up ready to rock and roll for Heat 3. The feature of the night, 25 minutes, 1 compulsory splash and dash, Let's go. 17th and final race of the season, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Jordan Pianazzola and Nick Wood the front row. Chris Henn, Jordan Dakin the second row. Richard King, Adam Funslow the third row. Mitch McLeod, Mark Heppel the fourth row. Ben Snell and Guy Leach the fifth. I'll get Adam Lavis to leave the weather settings up there for me. I'll go through them in a sec. John Merritt, Braden Sagassa. Good luck from 6th row, boys. 7th row, Brett Barker, Jacob Miller. 8th row, good to see Miller out there. 8th row, Richard Brookfield, Lockie Purvis. 9th row, Cam Southall, Callum Maxwell. 10th row, John Baldwin and Philip Hambley. Now, Kevin Wakefield, Jeff Adams, Callum Heinrich. Maybe Mitch Wood, haven't seen him take to the grid yet. Hilton Booth, Harrison Rayner and Adam Hayne has rejoined the grid, despite parking up earlier in the night. So we are ready to go. The final one of the season, a champion to be crowned, Sagassa with one hand on it. Let's go! 3:31 in the afternoon, 12 km/h winds, southerly direction, 19 degrees the ambient, and on track temperature, cloudy conditions and dry at Mount Panorama as we hit Hell Corner and head up Mountain Straight for the first time. Great start, Jordan Pianazzola, and a solid start from both Chris Henn and Jordan Dakin, who have hung Nick Wood out to dry. He slips back to fourth. Richard King, Mitch McLeod, Mark Heppel, a good start at the expense of Adam Funslow. Billy Snell and John Merritt round out the top 10. Leach and Sagassa sitting pretty 11th and 12th at the moment as they head to Griffin's Bend for the first time. Philip Hambley rejoins the circuit from the back of the field. 26 starters, no Mitch Wood. And now we do await the commencement of fireworks once more, having seen so much magnificent racing earlier in the piece. That race 2 finish will be remembered for a very long time. Perhaps one of the best finishes we've ever seen in an 86 race. And if you're Braden Sagassa, even more memorable, given the result. At one point there, he never looked like beating Ben Snell in that race. And then all of a sudden, match point and championship point to the youngster from 1-9 Racing. Across the top of Mount Panorama, Snell in 8th at the moment. It's cloudy, but the sun is trying to poke through. The action on track has been a heck of a lot hotter than the 19-degree ambient as they head towards Forest Elbow for the first time. Good move. Merritt down on the inside. Gets by Funslow. The wide open spaces at Conrod Straight. How good's the 86 series been throughout the course of this season? Been a wonderful addition to the iRacing universe, been a great addition to the GSRC offering whenever it's been staged. Mitch McLeod and Richard King, they're all putting 2 wheels wide through the chase. That's Braden Sagassa taking full advantage of Adam Funslow being a little bit sluggish out of the chase. Down on the outside, he's got to slide down to serve. He'd try and clear that. Then Snell's just ahead of Sagassa at the moment. Oh, Funslow nearly getting into the side of Snelly. And that's not how you want the championship to be decided. Snelly's got to slide under serve now as well. He's going to get gobbled up here. Sagassa and Funslow on the run to turn 1. Poor old Benny Snell. Slowed down to serve. Sitting duck for the next short while up Mountain Straight. Got off the accelerator, got on the anchors, cleared the slowdown, sits down in position number 10. Leach has got by Funslow. Meanwhile at the front, Jordan Pianazzola holds sway. Can we get a better look at Jordan Funslow's bonnet, please, Adam Lavis? Sorry, I'm just going a little dyslexic on you. Have a look at that. Is he running the Romanian flag or some equivalent there?
Sorry, he's got this livery on like 2 cars, whatever it is.
Yeah. Obviously,
might just be his business.
It could well be. It's trouble at the top.
That's Heppel, I think. That's the one.
Heppel smashed into the concrete. Is that going to compromise his run over the top and down? We'll wait and see. McLeod on the comeback trail, up into 4th already. Up 4 spots. Heppel releases Sagassa. Next target is John Merritt. Heppel, Snell, Leach. Oh, okay, now this is interesting. Will Heppel have to defend here? Will Heppel have to defend? for his teammate and keep those guys at bay. Keep an eye on the gamesmanship that might be about to unfold here. Down Conrad for the second time. Again, with the pit lane transit and stop time, we may not get to 11 laps here, folks. I hope we do. If we get 10, they'll be from the top shelf as far as quality is concerned. Rest assured. It gets worse for Bangladesh. The women are 5 for 27 in the 8th over. We could be heading for a very early conclusion of that match for some reason. Whoa, hey! Chris Hen up on the outside. Jordan Dakin coming through, pushing Jordan Bianazola along, who continues to lead at Mount Panorama. And look at them lining up as though it's the ovals of Talladega and Daytona. Nick Wood down on the inside, trouble. Surely they're not going to get away with that. No, Nick Wood certainly did not. On the run down towards Hell Corner, Nick Wood got gobbled up back into 10th spot. Leach around his outside will make it 11th on the run up Mountain Straight, and they're all ganging up. Funslow, Barker, Brookfield all want a piece of that, and Purvis wouldn't mind having in on the action as well. Have a look at this. Look at that battle pack. It's enormous. It's 3 seconds covering the top 16 at Mount Panorama, and we're on lap 3 of a 25-minute feature to bring the curtain down on this season of Toyota 86 Racing on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. That is Pianadola, McLeod, King, Dakin, Sagata, Hand, Heppel, Red Merritt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at the moment. Oh. When does this blow up? When does the big one occur and rub a few contenders out? Either that or we're going to get the cleanest Toyota 86 Racing show-off or showdown in the history of the format. History of the category. The gas are in 5th. Across the top we go. Great to have your company wherever you're tuning in. Look at that line of cars. The top 16 covered by 4 seconds. This was what happened to John Baldwin at the chase. Oh, he had company. He took company with him in the form of the 5-2-1 of Callum Maxwell. He's had no luck tonight. Must be the paint scheme.
Even the hazard tape paint scheme couldn't help.
Exactly. Signals himself out as a hazard and becomes a target. Jordan Pianazola, Mitch McLeod, Richard King, Jordan Dakin. McLeod to the lead on the inside of the run down to the Caltex chase. King wants a piece of that as well. Goes by. Pianazola will be forced to fight for second on the inside of the chase and does so, but King gets him on the exit. And now, all of a sudden, the Northwind entry. Trouble. Benny Snell gone. Benny Snell gone. Lockie Purvis gone. Trouble at the chase. Big one. It was bound to happen eventually. Ben Snell's championship aspirations shattered. Joe Leach is not done. Lockie Purvis out of it as well. Match point, championship point, Braden Sagasa. This is how it happened. Chris Hen and John Merritt involved in this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Leach. Leach into the side of Snell, and then Leach got battered around like a pinata. Snell and Leach to pit lane to complete their compulsory splash and dash and get a fast repair, no doubt. Have a look at this, Leach. Watch him try and go up on the inside here. Oh, yeah. Maybe Benny got checked up, and then Purvis into the side as well. Steering broken. Snell, Heinrich, Leach, Maxwell all back out onto the racetrack. Purvis kept going. Watch it from Purvis' standpoint. Whooshka! And now trouble at the top of the mountain as well. Trouble at the cutting. Trouble at the cutting. Dakin and Pianazola. Have a look at this. Pianazola and Dakin. Bang! Oh, Murphy and Ambrose style. Let your heart out. Oh, track nearly blocked at one point there. And somehow Jordan Dakin and Jordan Pianazola have been left behind. And they are both on the toe line. Safety car boards and flags. Safety car boards and flags. Oh, well, that changes everything, because now, if you haven't already stopped, you're going to stop. And this will become a sprint race to the line, and you can kiss goodbye to 10 laps. We're probably only going 9. Wow, look at this. Whooshka. Bang. So much for it being a clean race. It was for the first 3 laps. Safety car has been deployed. Let's ride on board with Braden Sagassa here. Oh no. Oh no. So the champion elect has been involved in this incident. And look at poor old Mark Heppel, he had nowhere to go. Adam Hayne on the tow rope as well. So what was Adam Hayne's involvement, if any? Gianazzola, bang, had no help. Had no hope. As soon as Dakin spewed back out off the wall,
There's Johnny Miracle.
off the concrete, I don't know. I have no idea.
So he just Moses in it.
With that-
He just Moses.
With a hell of a lot of luck. Yeah, exactly. Go and buy yourself a lotto ticket, Johnny. What the hell? So this should bring everybody else back in, you would imagine. Although I'm stunned that no one else has taken... is pit lane closed at the moment? Is that why no one's come in, Adam?
Pit lane will be closed so they come past next time.
Oh, okay. So all of a sudden, that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for Ben Snell, Guy Leach, because they've already completed their pit stop, and they'll go to the front of this train when everyone comes in for their splash and dash.
Yeah, so
The safety car has been deployed.
let's pick them up now so they can't stop until next time by.
Okay. Well, it's taken all season, Adam, but shades of Imola last year again.
Oh, hang on.
In the 86 challenge.
I've got a button I never can
Now,
hit.
what happened to Adam Hayne? Oh, there we go. Right, now, what happened to Adam Hayne in all of that? Because he ended up on the side rope and parked up.
He was that last replay. So he didn't really get caught in the incident, but as he was trying to get his way through, I think it was Heppel was limping, and he's got stuck on the inside of him, and then got stuck behind Heppel in the face.
Copy. Stupid me, I've opened up my Facebook feed and look at the fact that a certain broadcast feed is the first in my news feed at the moment. My name's about to pop up on the top of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. GSRC safety car.
Apparently,
Top of Mount Panorama.
Apparently, my Wednesday night broadcasting didn't have the slidey turned on.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you've got no acknowledgement of the fact that I just like the stream. Okay, that's a shame.
That might come through a minute.
Dear.
I was busy fixing my animation.
Copy. No, I thought because very rarely do I open Facebook during the stream on my PC, and since it was open from earlier and I've just opened the laptop back up to go around the grounds for everybody, and Facebook is refreshed, it says GSRC broadcast page is now live. Well, duh. We're here every Wednesday night at this time.
If we had Ted Kravitz in the pit lane, he'd be very busy in about 2 minutes.
Well, yeah. Make it about a minute and a half.
Because if someone doesn't pit here, they're basically killing themselves for the race. Because everyone's going to pit here to get in the race, and that's going to get your pit stop done. So it's now or never for all these guys.
And I would imagine that if there's an option for race control to shorten this to a 2-lap safety car period deployment, then they will. I think, Aidan, good evening to you. Hello, Joe Baldwin. I think that's right, Aidan, given what we've seen so far.
Yeah,
but there's now a whole heap of uncertainty because maybe he gets an invoice for getting into Jordan Dakin and causing that incident.
Yeah, so I'll be able to do provisional rolls. I'm not sure whether there's live RC tonight or not. If not, it might be provisional. But I can do, I'll be able to do the things as long as there's not too much overtime, so it doesn't cut into a gap between the safety car start and I'm going to swap servers. I'll try and get at least the provisional results up by the during the pro-show. Internet swapping internet.
Yes. Now here they go. Watch them all exit stage left. They exit the highway, so to speak. Make their way in.
And
Carl reckons his teammate is going to get a penalty.
And McLeod has done the smart thing. We have a sort of an honorary badge in the mountain men from the safety cars where people think, oh, I'm the lead, and as soon as they pull the pin lane, they accelerate. and they get a black flag passing the safety car into the pit lane and wonder why. So he's got away with dodging that situation.
Now, that lap around behind the safety car was 4 minutes. So you take out another 4 minutes, and we're only going to get... we could actually end up still getting 10 laps, but it will require overtime. Here they all go, back out onto the racetrack. Braden Sagassa has somehow come out in 6th. Behind Mitch McLeod in 5th. Ben Snell leads the field.
Yeah, so because he got caught up in the other crash, we see a bit before the big crash, he's jumped the whole field here. It's just... that is the luckiest crash he's going to have in his freaking career.
Absolutely. Now, Jordan Pianazzola is being told to hold position, is he? Because I actually thought he was going to get waved by the safety car then. John Baldwin's got a mechanical meatball to serve, and he's still trying to serve that. Still trying to clear that. Pianazzola, I was waiting for him to be waved past the safety car. I thought that's why he was coming down on the inside. And he's still waiting for that clearance, obviously.
It's weird, because even as the case is his 23rd, I'm not sure what's going on there.
Adam Hayne, hopefully he likes going to the football because he's had none here. Speaking of luck...
because he towed, so he would have towed, so therefore he's got stuck in the queue, he's left down, I think.
Yeah, copy. That's fair. Although that being said, the fact that he is a lap down, I would have thought they'd wave him by because we are under safety car. I understand why he's a lap down, because he was on the tow rope for, 5 minutes and 47 seconds. That's a long time. But yeah, I would have thought they'd wave him by just so that he's not in the train when we go back to green, because the gloves are going to be off here, Adam, and this is going to be insane. We're going to have about 3 laps to get through. We're on lap 6. We're probably only going as far as 9. We're not getting our 10th lap. We're not even getting our 11th. We're only going as far as 9 here.
We just checked.
By the time they get back to the line. 4.98 for Benny Snell, 4.48 for Guy Leach. Ben Snell, that last time around, 3:27.662. Pit lane transit here is usually about, 32 seconds, somewhere around that. So, yeah. 8 minutes to go when they get to the top of this minute, which is 5 seconds from now. So 8 minutes and 5 to go. We're on lap 6. We're in radio mode for a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Just bear with us on that. Jordan Pianazzola has not yet been released from behind the safety car. I'm waiting to hear whether we've got lights out on the safety car or whether we're going around one more time. Because if we go around...
We're going around again.
We're going around again. Okay, so that's going to fry it completely. So Pianazzola's been released now. Safety car lights are still on. We're going to go around again, so that's going to get us to the end of lap 7.
I was trying to see if there was I was trying to check if we had, because there's no one in the Discord chat. So I was trying to check who called the safety car, but it just says it race straight, so I'm not sure who was in there. So I was going to see. We'll go for one more time around. See, not normally if we had someone normally just safety cars try and get the wave rounds done, then we could have gone this lap. It's a bit late now, so we'll go around again and get them sorted. It'll be about a 4.5, 5 minute dash to the line.
Well, barely. Have a look at the time on Benny Snell this time round, and then we can backtrack from there.
Safety car is usually about a 3 minute 45 second lap.
Yeah. Jordan Dakin just saying he's glad that Pianazzola's made it back out, mate. So are we. Richard King's off the road behind the safety car and in pit lane. So that's not all there. Last time round behind the safety car was 4 minutes and 2 seconds. So by the skin of our teeth, I reckon it's a 2-lap dash at the line. And that'll still get us to 9, but we're going to do a heck of a lot of overtime to get the job done. And it's been a night full of overtime, in a week full of overtime, ladies and gentlemen. We always do overtime this week. We did not as much as we were planning to on Monday night, although that being said, the post-race show probably made up for that. Let's have a look at this incident again from Benny Snell's standpoint. And this is when it all blew up.
It's the one we're going to slow down.
Yeah. Brad, I'm not sure. So you'll have to take that up with somebody else. Perma Band. I'm not sure what he's... I don't think McLeod's ever had a stint in the naughty corner, has he?
I don't think so.
No, exactly. Not sure what's going on there. So, yeah, touch and go as to whether this is a 2-lap or a 1-lap dash race, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find out as soon as we get to the line. Oh, that was cheeky from Benny. Now, if that was any other circuit, he wouldn't get away with that. He would dead set not get away with that.
Guy likes just don't want to get his 3 wheels and wagon into the lane.
Correct.
And as these guys are doing their stop, it all breaks loose up the front.
Jordan Dakin's out. Adam Hayne is out. John Baldwin may as well be because he's still on the tow rope. And then Jeff Adams has also parked up and retired. Let's have a look at this incident again. Poor old Jordan Pianazzola. Whacker. When you've got reaction time that is less than a quarter of a second, you've got no hope at all. And the track was,
unless you're Johnny Merritt,
for the rarest of moments, jammed. And Johnny Merritt had even less than that, and somehow, because of Matrix and cars going the right way out of his way...
He comes in the background here. If he stayed with the rest of the queue in right, but he goes to the left instead, and then he gets stuck in the traffic.
Yeah, righto. Okay, that's an interesting one, Brad. Thanks for the intel. We weren't aware.
Because Mark's damaged, he sort of comes across and they get stuck together. That's what.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what's put Haney out.
Yeah, Aidan Cale.
He's just throwing his toys out the quad.
Yeah, copy. Aidan Cale just verifying what Brad was saying, and we probably don't need to go into that on air, boys. But thanks for the intel anyway. Lights out on the safety car this time. And Joe Baldwin just saying 3 years ago. Yes, thank you, Trucker, because I had no idea about it until just then. Thank you for that. Now, just going around the grounds before this really gets hectic. India, 2 for 270 in the 34th over against Afghanistan. They are carving it up. The Aussies are 2 for 78 in the 10th over, chasing 132 for victory in the first T20 International against Bangladesh. In the Women's T20 World Cup, Bangladesh 5 for 41 in the 13th over, and the Aussies on a rip and tear there. There's no doubt about that. England have chosen to field first on the first day of the second test against New Zealand at the Oval. That is also getting underway a little bit later than scheduled due to a wet outfield. So we're ready to rock and roll.
Just keep in mind
2 laps.
Also, the other lucky thing, this is put Benny Snow in the front of this race, and Hayden Sagasa back in 6th in the danger zone. And remember, this race is double points. So this is the one. If Ben wants to finish in front of Sagasa, this is the one to do it in.
And also, with 2 laps to go on the mountain, ladies and gentlemen, back to green we go. It's important to note, Callum Heinrich's just come to pit lane. McLeod goes through. On the inside, Maxwell's a sitting duck here, takes Sagasa with him. Guy Leach is the man standing between Bernstell and the rest of the chasing pack. But Leach, of course, pulled one out of the hat earlier, grabbing 3rd in that chaotic finish to race 2. And remember, there's an asterisk next to Braden Sagasa because of what happened earlier. Heinrich's got a black flag to clear. That's why he's on pit lane. And Pianazzola has just come through at the train of the field now.
I think he got that going in the lane.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Hold your breath. This is not over yet. Out of the cutting. Again, we stress there is an asterisk next to Braden Sagasa, whether he gets pinged for that or pinged for that incident, invoiced for that incident or not, with Jordan Dakin, Jordan Pianazzola, etc., etc. We wait and see. And until such time, we can't provisionally declare anything at the end of this race. We went into this race with Braden Sagasa having one hand on the championship, but Byrne still has one hand on race 3. And he's got 3 positions on Braden Sagasa as well for the moment. What do Leach and McLeod have to say about that? Down to the elbow for the penultimate time. Snelly with a little bit of breathing space. It's so touch and go. This race wins by a thread as they hit Conrod. Chris Henn, the sitting duck now, is Callum Maxwell. Hen's gobbled him up. Funzo and Nick Wood are going to do the same, you would imagine. Barker and Brookfield are trying to latch on and go with them.
Out of the three drivers that got lucky with the early stop, Callum's probably the one in position because he hasn't quite got the speed of these other front runners. So, whereas we know that Leash and Snell can't go, so they'll be taking full advantage of this.
Whereas we were talking earlier about the hazard and the target, Chris Henn wide at the exit of the chase. That's now very appropriate for young Callum Maxwell. White flag in the air, ladies and gentlemen, with 12 seconds on the clock. One more time around at Mount Panorama. The final race, the final lap of the merch.GSRC.inc Toyota 86 Challenge. Let's go. Trouble further back. They were trying to sort themselves out. They're 3 wide of the run to hell corner. Doesn't help when Maxwell's blinky billing all over the place. At God blessed third world internet that we deal with in a first world country. Up across the top of Mountain Straight, the crest at the run halfway along, and Leach to the inside of McLeod. Snell has been relegated back to third. Sagas is now fourth and a time further back. Wide goes Richard Brookfield. They are all over the place here. Sagasa on the inside of Snell for third. And provisionally the championship. Merritt's going to try and take a piece of this as well. Wants a piece of the action. Goes down the inside of Sagasa. Sagasa's back to fifth for the moment. Has to reset and go again across the top. It's not over until the fat lady sings, but I don't know any that are watching tonight, so we might have to grab old Rex Hunt off the sidelines and let him do it for us.
And we'll just go
Mark Heppel, a black flag on the final lap.
That'll be instant points, that one.
Absolutely it will be. 2:26, 3:27 for Braden Sagasa. Fifth spot at the moment. You're right on board with it. Whoa! Guy just hit the wall through the dipper! Guy just hit the wall through the dipper!
Has that given McLeod a big enough gap here?
I think it has. I think McLeod's home. Stelly will give good chase. So will John Merritt. Braden's going to have to settle for fourth, I think. Have a look at this. McLeod should have probably had a race win earlier, lost it. Ended up coming home in sixth. Looking good for his second race win of the night. Aidan Cowell's volunteering to do the singing for us. This one's over, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch McLeod to the chase for the final time. 2 minutes into overtime yet again. Yeah, we'll take your signature as well, Aidan. Don't worry about that. Last turn, checkered flag. Merritt or Sagasa got something left to offer Benny Snell. Sagasa goes deep on the outside. Mitch McLeod gets the job done in the final race of the season. Now it's going to push Snell along across the line for second, and Sagasa misses out on third by the skin of his teeth. Holy smoke! Have a look at him. Like bees swarming around the honey pot. How good was that? It doesn't get any better. Have a look at this moment for Guy Leach and podium backing right there. Bang! How lucky was he that he didn't break the suspension and the steering of the car in the process? He still got home in fifth.
Yeah, he's basically dragging home.
Good grief. So, provisionally, I still think Sagasa's got the championship pending that race control review of the incident between Dakin Pianazzola and he early in the race, which contributed to the neutralisation of this Toyota 86 Challenge for the first time this season. Through into the paddock they go. Wowee. McLeod, Snell, Merritt, Sagasa, Leach, Henn, Funslow, Wood, Rayner, Barker. The top 10. Now, what's going on there? I just want to have a look. Has anyone been slugged after the fact? No, so far. Maxwell 11th, Southwell 12th, Miller 13th. Heppel. Mark Heppel has been slugged. Had to expect that. Purvis will therefore move up into 14th, Brookfield to 15th, then Booth, Wakefield, Hambley, Pianazzola, and Heinrich with... we'll have to go over the page just to confirm how big that invoice was, actually. Please, Adam. There it is. Mark Heppel, Richard King was 4 laps down. So, yeah, the invoice drops him to 21st position. Adams King DNF, Baldwin DNF, Dakin and Hayne DNF. What on earth have we just witnessed? Mitch McLeod from the seas parted for him in that final race on the back of such misfortune in race 2 in the final 300 metres. And then John Merritt gets the get out of jail free card of the year, let alone the night. Poor old Pianazzola had no luck whatsoever. I'm still trying to get to the bottom of, he might have to fill me in, he's just added me on Facebook in recent days. That livery of his, I'm not sure if it's the Romanian flag, ladies and gentlemen, but that was the first thing it looked like when I saw the colour scheme there. And we'll get we'll get a better look at it, I'm sure, a little bit later on. Oh wow, thank you. I appreciate that, Mrs. Sagasa. Thank you. Wow, I'm going to have to try and get my breath, get my voice ready for the supercars. Let's have a chat to Benny Still in the meantime. He's been kind enough to grace us with his presence right here and now. Good evening to you, great man. Bridesmaid perennially, yet again, but not without leading at various points throughout the course of the night. What an extraordinary final round of the season. And there's an asterisk next to it, Benny, because we don't know if Braden's going to get an invoice for the incident which led to the safety car, mate. An extraordinary night at the mountain as per usual.
We said it was going to be chaos, and yeah, it absolutely delivered with the chaos tonight. That was intense. There was some interesting driving going on, and yeah, there was a lot of chaos. I just like the fact that I thought, I've got to lose my top 5 streak here when I got binned in the chase for the last race, and then all of a sudden there's a safety car and I'm at the front of the pack. I'm like, what's going on?
Really? Let's be brutally honest, right? We thought that was your season campaign done, curtains, everything, right? We thought it was all blown up in smoke and it was going to be Braden's championship by the length of the straight in the end. It didn't end up being that way. That safety car really brought you back into it, mate. And yes, you had no choice but to come to pit lane and grab the fast repair when you did. But the safety car is what brought you back to the field, and you took that second opportunity that was presented to you and ran with it. But poor old Mitch McLeod, he's in a different postcode at the moment. You can't do anything about him, can you?
No, it's just not just here as well. I race a lot of officials with Mitch. He does the same thing to me every night. So yeah, it's a bit of a pain in the rear end sometimes, but it makes it all so much sweeter when you actually get one on him.
Stay there with me, Betty. Speaking of which, Mitch, Code Brown sort of moment there at the end of race 2. You've got Benny and Johnny Merritt there giving you the hurry up, and all of a sudden you're 360ing it down through the kiddie litter and coming home in 6th when you had your hands on a second victory, which, when you look back on the night that was, would have given you a clean sweep.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. You should have seen the panic shifts coming down over the grass. I was like, oh, if I get the right gear here, I'm hoping I'm shifting down instead of up because my steering wheel's going the wrong way. Like, I could power out of this and still win this. That's what I was thinking, going over the grass. So, yeah, a bit of excitement.
More than a little bit. Although, in saying that, Braden Sagasta, you're here. You must have been really glad that Mitch went right, then very quickly back to the left, because if he kept going right, he was cleaning you up as well on the way through.
Yeah. I had a lot of contact in the cockpit. I thought, and yeah, like luckily for me, he went left, and yeah, that was definitely a Code Brown at that point. But yeah, I don't know how I switched around John Merritt, and I thought he was going to be up the inside. I actually didn't spot him until I had actually cleared him into the final corner. So luckily, I think he braked a little bit more than what he actually did. So yeah, it was good. I don't know. I'm still looking at the replay for race 3. You know, I'll take any penalty that comes my way. But,
right. I was actually going to ask you about that, but let me come back to it, because to summarise, to put a full stop on the madness of race 2, final comment has to go to Benny Snell, quite frankly. So, Braden was 4th coming out of the chase, and he's all of a sudden pulled one out of the proverbial thanks to you and John and Mitch all bumping each other around the place. And we thought there that might have just been what sign, sealed and deliver it to Braden. But to add insult to injury, Guy Leach pictured the post in a photo as well.
Yeah, it was not great. It's the thing when you race John, you know that he's going to use every inch of track available, sometimes touch a little bit more. He's a very aggressive racer, so sometimes the contact just seems to happen a lot more when he's involved.
I agree with Miller. I agree with Miller Motorsport. The 86s are the main course here. We're just coming back for dessert and gravy and whatever else. We're the supercars. But yes, you will have noticed that because the 86s have gone overtime tonight, it was always scheduled that way. The supercar server has been shifted accordingly to accommodate the extra running of the 86s, and we'll get these blokes' thoughts on that in a moment. But the supercar race server is set to or scheduled to kick in around about the top of the hour, unless you're in Central Australia, of course, where it'll be the bottom of the hour. So that's 8:30 Central, 7 o'clock on the West Coast, 9 o'clock on the East Coast, 11 o'clock in New Zealand. Only 15 minutes later than usual. So stand by for that. It's a 60-minute enduro, 2 compulsory pit stops, and we'll bring it to you shortly. In the meantime, yes, 3's better than 2, I reckon. Benny, we should do 3 races every week next time the 86s are in town.
Yeah, especially with 2 reverse grids. That was a bucket of fun.
The interesting thing in all this, yeah, Braden, obviously that was unfortunate, the way in which that ultimately defined the race and changed the narrative of it as well. That incident, from your standpoint, you've already put your hand up and said, I'll take whatever's thrown at me, but was there much you could have done there with, I mean, obviously you couldn't help what happened once Jordan Dakin speared back off the concrete, but the initial contact?
Honestly, I thought I had more overlap than what I did. I got the call, and me and Jordan were having a little chat before. Apparently he didn't get a spotter call, so that's why he kind of took the racing line. Yeah, obviously in hindsight, you know, I was in front of Ben at the time, and, you know, I should have been a little bit less aggressive, but I knew that Mitch was really quick, and I kind of wanted to, you know, hop away with him. And then, yeah, I saw my opportunity, and I've made a few moves at the cutting before, but I think that one was just a little bit too aggressive. And yeah, like I said, I'll own up to any penalty that comes my way.
To continue with the supercars references, shades of Murphy and Ambrose all those years ago. Betty, I guess Guy Leach ends up being the constant talking point in all of this, because there was a chance for you guys to go with Mitch on the final lap and maybe hold him to task on Conrod Straight and have a crack at him when we got to the chase. The slipstream effect was, on show for everybody to see. It was evidential, and it made a significant difference, didn't it? But Guy Leach crashes into the concrete at the dipper, bounces off the walls. Everyone's got to avoid him. Mitch gets the breathing space he needs to go on and grab victory in race 3.
Yeah, to be fair, I was just glad to get around him, because it happens really fast, and you're right on the limit of grip through that section of track as well, as you know. When you make a very slight mistake, you end up punting the wall pretty hard. So I was just glad that I managed to be able to turn the car enough to not hit him. I just didn't want to be bleeding down Conrod again on the last lap. I got swamped the race before. So I was like, oh yeah, like Guy had a look. I made a small mistake into the last corner on the second last lap, and Guy had a look. I'm like, you can have it, man, you can have it. And then I just didn't expect Mitch to do the mother of all sends around the outside into turn 2 and actually make it work. So props to Mitch for that, because that's the reason he won the race. So yeah, it was an interesting last couple of laps for sure.
And Mitchie, the boys have already talked about 2 inverts, having to work your way through from 8th and 12th. But in your case, the fact that you got shuffled out to 6th at the very end there of race 2 made the invert far less for race 3. So therefore, you were starting 7th instead of what could have been 12th. Made the job just that little bit easier, but as the boys have already said, so strong was the slipstream effect tonight that you had to have a bit of breathing space up your sleeve before getting to Conrod if you didn't want to get gobbled up on the rundown.
Yeah, well, I'd rather the win in the second race to begin with, obviously, but you're going to get that. But Yeah, I actually had that same thought when I was started the next one. I was like, I was still dirty on it. I was like, nah, I gotta win this one. Got to win this one. And then, I was like, oh, hang on, nah, that's all right. That's actually worked out for me because all the quick guys are actually behind me now. I should be able to sort this out. And then got to the lead, and as I got to that, when I took the lead down Conrod, I was nearly going to pit straight away. If I had done that, I would have been leading at the safety car, but I didn't. So then when I did that extra lap, I was like, Benny, you're going to come out leading here, you absolute something that we won't say here. And I was like, you've just got murdered and you're going to come out winning this. Like, how?
Goes to show you are allowed to fluke it and get away with it occasionally, right, Benny?
Yeah, that's it. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, oh, it was getting pretty feisty in that pack. I was like, maybe I'll duck out and get a bit of clear air. And then I saw Mitch was coming towards the front. I'm like, oh, if I duck in and then Mitch takes the lead and drags everyone along, I'm screwed. And then my choice was made for me, so it made it a really easy choice to pit.
Indeed it did. Righto, we've obviously got to wrap this up very shortly, boys, and get over to our coverage of the supercars. But on the way there, I mean, obviously we can't really provide anybody with any certainty with regards to the championship until we know whether there's a penalty coming Braden's way or not. But a remarkable season and a great contest between you two blokes. Nevertheless, Braden and Ben, I'll get your thoughts on all of this first. And I guess both of you are breathing a little sigh of relief that it was only the two of you duking it out for the championship, considering the way in which Mitch McLeod's arrived and sailed on home very, very swimmingly and made life a little bit difficult for you blokes. And he could have really owned and dominated this championship and made you two play for second and third had he been here from the start.
Yeah, definitely. Mitch is the class of the field when it comes to pace, for sure. So, yeah, it was unfortunate that he didn't get to contest the full season because it would have been interesting to see how it goes. Because Mitch is fast, but when the championship implications start coming along, he does like to get a little bit too keen sometimes. So, yeah, but. Yeah, it's been fun. Whether I win just on the consistency or Braden wins from his pace, I think either of us are a deserving champion. And if Mitch, I think Mitch probably pop up to the third or fourth by the end of this as well.
Up in a 10th actually. So provisionally, that's what it's looking like for you, ladies and gentlemen. Courtesy of Adam Lavis. Now again. We won't give any full certainty on that until we know whether Braden's copied an invoice or not. But at the moment, 891 plays 856, so it would be a 35-point win for Braden Sagasa. And I'm not sure if any sort of penalty would overturn that in Benny's favour. But at this stage, 891 plays 856, and then daylight back to Brett Barker, who just pipped Lockie Purvis for third in the final round. And really, your teammate had a bit of a shocker, didn't he, Braden?
Yeah, I think it was just really unfortunate for that first race. You know, to be out by 3 points is really heart-wrenching. He ran a hell of a season all season, and just to get pit for P3, it's not the best feeling, but. Sorry, I didn't know if that was still working.
You're right.
Yeah, he was, I feel really bad for him, but I think he will still be focusing on Formula V's tomorrow night and see what he can do. And
Mitchie, 5 rounds, and into the top 10, 4 positions gained on the final night. What might have been, had to been here for the other 5.
Oh, would have been nice, but, it's not about winning everything. It's about coming in and having a good time, and I wouldn't be coming back and doing this each week if it wasn't good fun. So it's nice to come in. We've got a lot of respect between each of the drivers, so coming in and having that class of being able to race hard but fair and sort of trusting everyone that you're around. That's what it's about, isn't it?
So the main
So Adam's just brought this back up on the screen. Go for it, mate.
Well, just to point out Mitch's thing, he only competed half the season, but he has got bragging rights in the best average finish. He's got an average finish 2.3, just pipping up any smell for 2.9.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's the same as in real life. I usually finish first as well.
Oh dear, 196 played 181, played 183rd for the round for Johnny Merritt tonight. And that's the other thing as well. If Merritt had been here for the whole 10 weeks as well, by gee, we would have had a hell of a contest on our hands. Okay, so obviously we'd love to see the 86 go around again next term. No guarantee that'll happen, boys. But final thoughts on the term that was, and if you'd like to have another crack at these things, be it next term or maybe at worst term 4. Start with you, Braden.
Oh, sorry, heard my dinner. Yeah, I would love for these to come back. I think they did a lot better than they did in their first outing. It was really good racing, really respectful racing all season. You know, really aggressive, but also very clean. So if these things come back, I think we're gonna have a hell of a show for the championship.
I was actually really surprised just looking at some of the replay footage there that there wasn't a lot more 3 and 4 wide action than what we had actually. I was expecting a lot more carnage, but we had our fair share of thrills and spills tonight. We don't leave disappointed, there's no doubt about that. But, Adam?
I can give a semi-spoiler.
Yeah, go on.
Well, people who watched the meeting last night will probably know where it's at, but people who didn't see the AGM, or not the mini-meeting last night, the current penciled-in car for Wednesday night isn't the 86, but it is an 86 style car. So one make series on the production style car, so it will probably, hopefully produce similar racing.
I'm gonna take a stab in the dark here and say we're staying in Japan with the manufacturer.
I'm going to say no.
Oh,
I would have
really?
said German.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, there's a shiny new toy that just came out. I'm assuming that's
Yeah.
probably
Oh, the BMW M2, right? Because
There
my
we go.
immediate thought was the MX-5. My immediate thought was the MX-5. So there you go. So the club's now going to make everybody line their pockets and grab a new car to come out of a steer on a Wednesday night. Interesting. So there's your first little spoiler, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the other point that we want to make here, just before we rock and roll, final thoughts of the season from you, Mitch McLeod, and whether you're enticed to come and have a crack in that M2.
M2 maybe, but I won't be committing like I would have if it was the 86. I've done a few races there, and yeah, I don't know if it's my sort of thing, but I'll come have some fun in it. But I don't think well, when I say I don't think, I definitely will not be as competitive as I am in the 86, because obviously I drive the 86 in my sleep, and that's I have nightmares waking up not doing good enough in the 86. So yeah, it's yeah, I don't know.
Nelly, Braden, he says that now. Let's see where the form is in about 6 or 7 weeks' time once we're halfway through the next term. Benny, last one to you, mate. Obviously disappointing if it is second across the line at the end of the campaign. Conversely, also, if Braden cops an invoice and it puts you over the top, that's not also the way you want to win a championship. But if it were to be the case, you look at that and you look at your average finish and you think, well, okay, consistency pays, and either driver that crossed the start-finish line tonight as the champion was going to be a worthy one. You guys have put on a hell of a show this season. Your final thoughts?
Yeah, it's been a cracking season. It's been super fun. Racing Braden and Mitch in the second half as well. So yeah, either way, I'm happy. I'm a happy man. It's good to come out, and it's the first full tilt in a GSRC season I've had since the early days back at the GT4. So it's good to be back. It's good to see that the club's still thriving as strong as ever, and the participation's still really good, and the racing and the racecraft and the etiquette and the respect is all still there and still going so strong.
Indeed. All right, boys. Braden, I do have one more question that I need to pose to you, but let me get through some thank yous from the three of you firstly, starting with you, Mitch McLeod.
Well, I've got not that many friends, so I'd like to thank you guys for putting on the show, doing the series, obviously, the commentators, everyone that puts all this together. Like, you do an unreal job. It's not often that I actually watch races back, and I actually enjoy watching you guys back, because it actually, it's like, am I going to mess up here or not? Like, yeah, get me back involved again. Like, so, yeah, nah, absolute props to you guys, because that's what makes the series. And all the competitors, they've been really respectful this time around. And, yeah, I just hope that it's the same next season. I really enjoyed it.
Well, thank you to you for everything you brought to the table, mate, because really, without you guys, we've got no show in the first place. Braden?
Obviously, I want to thank my mum, her partner, and my pop for watching me for the whole season and rooting me on the whole time. And the 1-9 boys, thank you for Lockie and Mark for coming out, especially Lockie for doing it the whole season, and Mark when he can.
Your uncle slid into the house to watch the first race and a half, and then he said, "That's it, boys, I'm done. I'm going to watch the rugby league." So I hope he's enjoying that all the same. To you, Betty Snell.
Yeah, just echoing Mitch. Massive shout out to you guys for putting on the broadcast. It is good to go back and watch a race. Especially like you do remember, you know the result, and it's still enjoyable to watch it. It's not just that whole watching it live and not knowing what's going on. So massive shout out to you guys for the effort that you put in, and of course the club for putting the events on. And big shout out to the missus, to Chloe for letting me come in and have a race, and the Laundry Source boys as well for always keeping us entertained in the Discord.
Very nicely done, mate. Terrific to catch up with you. Thank you to you, Mitch. Thank you to you, Benny. Last one to Braden. What was the cause of the MIA for you and Mr. Purvis on Monday night, please?
I think Mr. Purvis, he had a birthday to attend, and for me, I didn't really have an excuse. I just was got a little bit sidetracked and forgot what day it was.
Well, we're just relieved to know that it was nothing, bad. It was we were worrying that something might have happened, because last we heard, you guys are going to be here, front and centre, ready to rock and roll, and then all of a sudden, no show. We're thinking, hang on, what's going on here? Hopefully it was nothing bad, and thankfully you've verified that wasn't the case. Just life circumstances and a little bit of a what do you call it?
It's not because your mum is watching. You can't say what actually happened.
That's a no comment from my part.
I was going to say it was one of those forgetfulness sort of early onset dementia moments. And not that we're saying that's what you've got, but yes, you can get sidetracked very easily. I know what that's like. We wanted to make sure that everything was A-OK on your front at your end, mate, because that was a little bit of a surprise to us, and it did cost you second in that championship as well. You're either going to have a first or second walking away from Mount Panorama tonight, so good luck, well done with that, and hopefully another plaque to add to the trophy room tomorrow night as well. We'll see you for the Formula V decider. Benny, are you coming to have a steer at Sandown in the Porsches or not?
Nah, I'm done with the Porsches this season. You might see me back for next season though.
All right, copy that. Thank you. And Mitch, we know that you're disappointed that the Toyotas aren't getting the Guernsey next term, but enjoy the break, boys. Well done. Braden, we'll talk to you about the same time tomorrow night.
Sounds good.
All right, very nicely done. We're not going to bother going off the air. Harrison Rayner slid into the booth. Good evening.
G'day.
What brings you into the house?
Just had a cracking race tonight.
Interesting sort of night, wasn't it? Talk us through it from your standpoint, because it was good to see you out there in the thick of it in the Toyotas, but so much going on. Didn't get a chance to follow all 27 storylines out there, but what'd you make of it?
I mean, first and second race had a bit of an unfortunate ending, but the third feature race, it was great. It was really fun.
You were one of the lucky ones to benefit from the safety car being called, and the fact that you'd already served your pit stop, weren't you?
Yes.
So in the end, okay, so let's have a look at this for the benefit of everybody along tuning in at home here. I've just got to go down and find your name on my leaderboard here, mate. There you are. You finished 29th in the championship, so a little bit of a late arrival to the series, it's fair to say. But 19th in week 7, followed by 23rd and 26th, followed by not classified and a DQ. You might have to explain the DQ to us. and then 19th, 26th, and finally end the season with the top 10, mate. So a 9th place. At least you've been able to finish in a high. Hopefully you can build on that and bring with you some sort of momentum to Wednesday Night Motorsport next term.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to get back to racing with you next season.
And what are you going to do in the meantime?
No idea. Might have to just practice.
That's not a bad idea. And Miller Motorsport have labelled you their GOAT. Is that why have you been anointed the team spokesperson, have you?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, we might have to work on that, get a few more words out of you when we get to next term. But we are going to let you go because we've got the supercars lining up on the grid, mate. We've got a bit of paperwork to get through here. But thanks for stopping on by to have a chat with us. We appreciate that. And if we don't see you on the grid tomorrow night in the Vs or the Porsches, we'll see you next term.
All right, thank you. There
we go. Good to have Harrison Rayner dropping by. The gate crash of the season, I'm going to say. 6.213 kilometres, ladies and gentlemen. We know it, we love it. It's Mount Panorama, Bathurst. It's the home of the season finale of the Trophi.AI Supercar Series, the Elite Split and the Dev Split. Dev Split already effectively wrapped up. We'll get to that in just a moment. Let me go around the grounds firstly. I'll get back to the track and weather settings as soon as qualifying finishes and they're starting to line up on the grid. The Bangladesh women are struggling in the 20th over. They've made it to the 20th over. I guess that's the positive. The negative is they're 8 for 77 with 1 ball left in the innings. Australia are 4 for 115, 4 overs left to get 17 runs to win the first T20 International men's match against Bangladesh after being able to dismiss Bangladesh for 131 earlier in the piece. India 3 for 340 through 40 overs against Afghanistan, so they're going over 400 tonight. And New Zealand are 1 for 17 after 7 overs against England in the first day of the second test. You can watch the men's matches all across the channels of Fox Sports, and you can watch the Women's T20 World Cup on Amazon Prime. Blake Fitz is the leader of the Elite Split thanks to Trophi.AI as we launch into supercars racing for you on this particular Wednesday night, this final one of the term. Blake Fitz 805, Luke Page 762, Jace Douglas 738 and Alex Tzika 732, Adam Haynes 716. Not beyond any sort of reasonable doubt because there's two, how much, 150 points on the line tonight for the win, Adam?
Yeah.
So that keeps everyone down to Andy Barber in some sort of contention, but at the same time, we know that it's an uphill slog from there. Bondi's hopefully got hold of his software issues and is lining up on the grid. But 805 plays 762 and 738. Jace Douglas an outside chance, but we're looking at this as a two-way race between Blake Fitz and Luke Page. Open split, there it is for you. Ross Amell's got it wrapped up because even with a bad round tonight, it takes a 71 drop round points and he vaults well clear. He's 115 clear already, so anything he scores tonight's going to put him well clear of Greg Heaney and put him out of any sort of threat whatsoever. Heaney will have to work hard to defend off Jeff Adams for the battle for second in the championship. Meanwhile, Nathan Michael and Jake Kalman will battle for the minor placings 4th and 5th. Richard King, JD Dent, Dave Oliver, Mitch Wood and Jackson Sufong make up the top 10. Track tonight is sitting at 20 kilometres an hour, wind in a northeasterly direction, 2:45 in the afternoon local server time, 20 degrees the ambient, 21 on track, partly cloudy conditions and dry, 68% humidity. Tyson Broad and Blake Fitz the front row. Fitzy started the evening exactly as he needed to. Jason Douglas is there, posing a threat to the battle for second and first in the championship. Alongside him on the second row, Bradley Ratu. Bondi's back in business in the third row of the grid with Luke Page. Fourth row, Alex Tzika and Ryan Barber. Fifth row, Nathan Michael. And good to see Cooper Barnes, an 86 regular, back on the platforms of the GSRC, this time in a supercar. Andy Barber, Tom Pritchard from 6, Adam Hayne, Mitch Wood from 7, both hoping for a better run than what they had in the 86s. The 8th row, Ross Amell, the champion-elect in the Dev Split alongside Jeff Adams, Richard King, Greg Heaney from 9, JD Dent and Hayden Watson from 10. John Bianazola and Jackson Sufong from 11, Jake Kalman, Travis has a party from 12. Actually, no, Trav's in race control, forget about that. He's just reading as 23rd on my timing thread. I don't know why that continues to bloody well happen. Connor Nixon and Daniel Yeaman from 12. Yes?
It's because he keeps joining as a driver rather than a spectator.
That'd be right. Only Jake Kalman, Connor Nixon from 12, Dan Yeoman's out there alongside Ernie Toff, Trent Allen and Aaron Bryan make up the field. Tom Pritchard starting from pit lane. Yeoman has opted not to start. Let's go racing on the mountain, the final one of the season, the Trophi.AI Supercar Series. An hour ahead of us, 29 laps, 2 compulsory pit stops. Let's go to work. Broad leads us out of turn 1 and says to the rest of the pack, catch me if you can. Fitzy bogged it down, lost 2 spots to Douglas and Radu. They hit the crest at the top of the hill. Down to Griffin's Bend. Mountain Straight conquered for the first time. Tom Pritchard joins from pit lane. We're safely through Griffin's for the first time, although there is a little bit of trouble. McCalman and Pianazzola. Oh, actually, they didn't even make it to Griffin's. Oh, no. Hayden Watson parked up. May as well forget about it, son. And Jordan Pianazzola's had his second big one of the night. And only a little bit further to the northern end of Bathurst than what the first one was. Of course, get this, ladies and gentlemen, if you've ever been to Mount Panorama, and you know this all too well, Travis good to see Daniel Snedden here, cheering everybody on. And already being egged on to hit the safety car button and deploy it for the first time tonight if needs be. Or the second time tonight, because we've already said it in the 86s, of course. Down Conrod, the first run of 28 or 29 for the night. We're right on board with Blake Fitz. Chasing Bradley Ratu. They're not full tilt to the kink. And Ratu down the inside, nice on Douglas.
There's a hit.
Fit on a piece of it, but he got a tap from behind. I reckon he got a tap from Bondi. Quite possibly. Oh dear. No James Scott tonight, but go James Scott. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Fitzy. Douglas almost got to the side of Ratu. Ratu makes it a orbit drop there 1-2 at the end of the opening lap. And Dan Yeaman. Oh no. I've got some moderate to major PC issues. Probably all that overtime we did with me on Monday night. Apologies for that, great man. But that is unfortunate because we were looking forward. He was so excited about getting home from work and into the booth and into the rig and having to steer tonight. It would have been nice to see him out there. Not to be. Oh dear. Blind man tried to drive a Camaro. Well, I thought Ryan Wood was already blind. Spoken as a fan of Bob Feeney, of course. Across the top of the mountain, Jordan Pianazzola off again. Jake Calvin into pit lane, Hayden Watson back there as well. The opening lap has come and gone. Broad leads by 2.1. Douglas is third. And Fitz, Bond, Page. Keep an eye on. We're keeping an eye on Douglas, Fitz and Page tonight. Bondi's wedged his way in between them. As the protagonist right now. Just sit and turn the steering wheel to the stream and pretend you're at the Jeez, see, they got very spirited the other night in the chat thread to our regular members. But they had too much fun and extracted a fair bit of the you-know-what on Monday night, and they've brought that same sort of form back here to Wednesday night as well. 4 minutes gone, 2 laps gone at Mount Panorama. Oh, it's good to be back, isn't it? The platform's the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. This is what happened on the opening lap. Hayden Watson. Oh, contact. Bang. Everybody gets sent spearing. And again, a case of 3 wide. Just trying to identify the Logitech entry that was. There's 3 of them out there. Connor Nixon, of course. Nixon in 16th at the moment. And that was that incident. And Connor was piggy in the middle, was he not? No, he was on the outside. Oh, jeez. How was the get out of jail free card there for Connor though? How was it escape? Dan Steddon, no comment on that incident. Thank you, we appreciate that. Jackson Sufong to Murray's. Oh, a supercar doing Porsche things. And if it's going to happen anywhere, it's going to be Murray's or hell. And this was what happened to Jordan Pianozola. Now, he's been involved in 2 incidents. The first one was lap 1. Lap 2 was isolated and singular, all on his own. Bondi's happy to have just got through the first 3 laps without his PC crashing. PC crashes have been a talking point the last couple of weeks, haven't they?
Let's not talk about those just in case.
Sorry, I don't want to put the mocker on you. Oh, dear. Oh, Christ. Broad, Ratu, Douglas, Fitz, Bond and Page, the top 6. Cooper Barnes leads the dev split at the moment, and that championship already decided as long as Ross Amor finishes the race tonight. Down Conrod we go. Will Buchanan, hoping he's enjoying. Yeah, no Will Buchanan on the grid tonight. Is he at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, Daniel? Miller Motorsport, I'm not opposed to being a menace to my teammates, but that would be something else I wouldn't want to expose to everybody else. Yeah, well, that's true. We know that there's no holds barred in the Orbit Drop there. Motorsport stable, thanks to the great people at Logitech. Dan's said that on air before. That the sledging and the banter is at next level. Miller Motorsport verifying that yes, that's exactly what teammates are for. And you wouldn't get away with it with anybody else, so it's a good thing you're friends with your teammates, isn't it? Tyson Broad, Bradley Rattle and Jason Douglas out of Hell Corner for the 4th time. We're right on board with Bondi. Frustrating for the youngster from Gundy Guy. Really frustrating with the PC issues that he's had. Not least the fact that he fell asleep here in the booth with us on Monday night. I didn't think it was that boring in here with Dan Young tonight. But now he's obviously resolved whatever the problems were, saving himself a trip to the nearest computer store, which, considering he lives in Gundagai, would probably be Wagga. And, oh dear, Tommy Pritchard crunched up and not looking all that crash hot. Oh dear. Is he running a not dissimilar livery to the Barber was?
It's a custom one too, so he's obviously must be in coots with the Barber boys. He's got a number 6 on the side of it that's customised.
Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Down through the Essendon then towards the different once more. Now, I apologise, I've lost my thread. There was a point I was going to make here earlier, and I've got no damned idea what it was. Andy Barber! Andy Barber's just lost 2 spots, lost out to Nathan Michael and Mitch Wood, but has been able to continue on. And that would have been a moment at the top of the hill. 2 compulsory pit stops tonight, folks. Thankfully no iRacing maintenance coming in at 10 o'clock. And Andy Barber, this is the moment.
Way too high.
Wow, oh, crunch! He's going to have to come to pit lane. Would he be in the window to complete the first of his 2 compulsory pit stops without it impacting his strategy for the balance of the night? Ooh. The top and the tugger box. Oh, gotta love it. That's I'm just trying to remember the lyrics to Slim Dusty's Road to Gundagai. That's one of the lyrics, isn't it?
When he's had to slow down, he's fallen back.
Yep, and look, Page moves up, which is important for the championship fight because Fitz, Douglas and Page are now all within striking distance of one another without anyone in between running interference of any sort. Broad, Ratu, Fitz, 1, 2, 3. He's been trying to invite me down there for a game of golf or something throughout the course of the last couple of years that I've known him. And I just have not been able to find the time in amongst, obviously, our Monday, Wednesday and Thursday night commitments here, not least the fact that I do need to go and see the family 12 months of the other 12 weeks of the year and let them know that I'm still alive and kicking. But hopefully there'll be a little bit of wiggle room in the schedule this summer, because I am going to be down in Cessnock in the Hunter Valley a few more weeks than planned due to my little sister expecting her first bub. So there might be an opportunity between our season wrapping up and the first test getting underway for the summer cricket for me to be able to do that. Broad, Ratu, Fitz, Douglas, Page, Bond and Barnes, the top 7 here at the moment. And speaking of friends that have joined the club and have invited me to come and check out their part of the world, and their toys as well, by which I mean some very luxurious sort of machinery for the road and water sort, ladies and gentlemen. Boydo's even reached out and said, if ever you're on the northern beaches, make sure you come and say good day. And I will indeed follow up on that and say good day to Boydo in due course. Snedden, make it a Canadian club, and I'm right there with you. And I know you're not too far from my beautiful home part of the world, which is Cessnock, of course. So we'll definitely have to catch up in due course for a happy hour. I am ducking down there this weekend. My little niece doesn't know this yet. Awaiting validation for post-race investigation. Car 2 having racing contact with multiple cars, 54 and 2 on the opening lap. That was that incident coming down to Griffin's Bend. Yeah, I'm sneaking down there to take my little niece to see Toy Story 5 and then coming straight back home because we've got the next round of the Porsche Pro Series next week. I've got business up here next weekend as well. So it's more a case of getting down and getting back as quickly, as cleanly, as unscathed as possible, as safely as Mum would say. She says, don't worry. Mum always says to me, don't worry about your stopwatch, don't worry about trying to break records, just get home safely. 1 for 19 New Zealand, by the way, as we go around the grounds for it. Australia have got the job done against Bangladesh, did so with 10 balls to spare in the first men's T20 International, 6 for 133. And we're waiting for the Australian women to start their chase of 78 against Bangladesh in their second pool match of the Women's ICC T20 World Cup. This is the season finale for the Trophi.AI Supercars. Our Wednesday night motorsport stable. Great to see such a huge turnout for the final one of the term. Although, Adam, once upon a time, it didn't matter whether you ran the Supercar Series or not. You could barely get a spare vacant grid spot in the server. Usually they were fighting tooth and nail to get into the server. I'm not sure what we've got to do to get back to those sort of glory days, but 28 around, or 27 around here, although the first retirement is Adam Haynes, so we're down to 26, is not a bad size field for a season finale, especially when the real world equivalent barely gets to 28, and secondly, it's only a 1 hour race.
Yeah, indeed, yeah, especially with the Supercar Series. Supercar Series is one of those ones where it's usually one of the highest leaders and the drop off over the course of the season, so they get almost 30 on the grid for the final. It's going to be happy with that. Hopefully that means that hopefully we might get some strong numbers next season and keep it going.
Oh, up on the outside, Brooklyn Ratu. Ratu's going up the outside of his teammate and to the lead at turn 2. But then the hip and shoulder from Brooklyn and Ratu gets hung out to dry. No holds barred between the two teammates at Mount Panorama. Oh boy. Yes, hello, Luke Alavoine. I've boycotted that, just so you know. Mitch Wood in the wall. Geez, he's seen a lot of concrete tonight. Crunched up in the 86 and now in the Supercar as well. And he'll have no choice but to come to pit lane and get a fast repair. There'll be a 15-second penalty. Trent Allen in the wall. Aaron Bryan for the loss of control on contact under yellow flag, causing incidents with multiple cars on the opening lap, 3:55 and 12. Adam Hayne out of business. Trent Allen out of business. Jake Cowman through 5 3/4 laps is the last of the cars running at the moment. JD Dent back out on track in 15.57. Mitch Wood in 15.48. The top 20 yet to stop. Relatively interesting opening 15 minutes here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. Bondi putting the pressure on Luke Page. Second super sprint of the season, which means for the supercars, the longest championship campaign in terms of the number of races. We've had 2 super sprints plus the enduro. We had a second super sprint last week and a first one at the top of the season. This is the only enduro. We've had, so what's that give us? 2, 4 and 6, so this is the 7th race out of those offerings. And then we had a couple of sprint rounds and a couple of 40-minute rounds as well through the other 7 weeks to get us to 17. So it's interesting how that's played out, that makeup of races for you, ladies and gentlemen. 4 of the 40-minute and 3 of the sprint. 4 and 6 is 10, yep. Because normally we've only had 15 or 16 races through the campaign, but we've had 17 in this season. This is the longest single race of the campaign, hence why it carries extra weight in terms of points distribution and allocation. And Tyson Borg, Bradley Ratcher and Blake Fitz are 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. So Fitz is winning that battle of the championship contenders and winning that battle of the best of the rest when those pro and elite series competitors turn up to have a steer. And we're not surprised. And the slightest as Bondi gets fed by Luke Page. And Bondi kicks up some concrete on the way through the grates. Wow, what's happened there? We're not in the slightest bit surprised to see the Logitech Orbit Drop their Motorsport stable boys doing what they do best. 1 and 2 at the moment. Obviously, it'd be better if Will Buchanan was here to be able to hold them to account, but he's not. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, wow. So, Page has got on the anchor. That's caught Bondi off guard. It's checked Bondi up. Now, whether the allocation of the brakes was necessary at that point of the circuit, you can see that Bondi was comfortable to go through there at a faster speed, but he's been caught up by Luke Page getting on the anchors. And Cooper Barnes has taken full advantage of that and gone through to 5th.
Mouth moment there for Pagey.
Indeed it was. And Page and Bond both to pit lane as a result. Meanwhile, Ruddy's going to have a second look at Broad. .17.5 minutes gone. Through they go. Bond and Page to pit lane. Jeff Adams up in the 10th spot. I still can't think of what the fuck I was going to say earlier, folks, and I hate that when I lose my thread. Because I never remember what it was until after we're off air, and sometimes I don't even remember at all. Again, that early onset dementia thing I was talking about. Broad, Ratu, Fitz, Barnes, Tzidakis and Barber. And if you're not drawing, connecting the dots there, ladies and gentlemen, I spoke about that early onset dementia mind slip with Braden Sagassa a short while ago when he said, I just lost track of what day it was. He had no excuse to offer up as to why he wasn't here on Monday night. But we were just, as I said, we were just pleased to hear that it was nothing sinister, nothing untoward as to why he wasn't in the house. Sometimes you can't help because we are humans to fear the worst in those situations. But thankfully, all was above board for those guys. It was just unfortunate that it did cost him second in that championship, but he's got plenty of silverware coming his way this turn. Down the inside. Whoa, here we go. Connor Nixon, 4th full on the inside of Ryan Barber. To 60 goes. Up 18 spots already as C. Nixon, and Heaney's got to slow down. Trophi.AI Supercars, 1 hour, Mount Panorama. We're almost at third race distance. 9 laps gone at the end of the 19th minute.
That was just as weird.
Now that's a good point. Jason Douglas has got back out there, Adam, but he's had a packet loss, netcode, network dropout issue, outage, something. Because he has got back out there. He stopped on lap 8 with 1.85 seconds, gets back out on the track, but he's lost 20 spots. He's down in 23rd, and he's nearly a lap down. Jason Douglas's hopes of making Blake Fitz and also, of course, our championship leader or championship combatant Luke Page. Oh, Tom Pritchard has lit up the rear end and turned it around and gone. See you later. and he's now on the tow rope and has been for a minute. Jeff Adams and Richard King are still on pit road. Long pit stop for those guys, first time through for the night. Radu back in second spot, chases Tyson Broad still. Fitzbarnes, Tzidakis the top 5. Then Nixon, Barber, Michael, Armour and Toff. Now, all of a sudden, Jason Douglas is no longer in the discussion here. Now, I just want to have a look at where he is in the points race relative to Alex Tzidakis. Tzidakis is only 6 points down on him. Tzidakis at the moment is sitting on plus 2, but he's also one of only 11 drivers at the top of the field and 12 in total to not have transited the lane the first time through. So now Douglas, instead of maybe making a play for second or first in the title race, is going to struggle to hold on to third. And Alex Tzidakis might want to snatch that from him at the death. Adam Haynes not going to factor in the equation. He's already parked up for the night. Andy Barber's too far back. Bondi's too far back, obviously, with the DNR and the DNS last week. He's got nothing to fall back on. And he's too far back as far as tonight is concerned, especially after the incident with Luke Page. So, who knows? It's an interesting one. Bradley Ratu in second. We're right on board with him. He's chasing Tyson Broad. Let's watch the orbit drop there, boys, do what they do best. Perfect time to go for an on-board lap with the boys. Bring it in lap. What a clean, smooth in lap it was as well. A slick and polished one as they make their way down pit lane. Ratu and Broad. Oh, hang on. Oh, Bradley. What's going on here? What the hell's going on there for Bradley Ratu? Oh, no. What on earth has gone on there? Bradley Radu's just hit the old F4 and gone. Radu's night is done. Are you kidding me? Bradley Ratu is out of business. And we might be in a moment. Oh, no. Jeez. Oh, straight. Bradley Ratu is done. Wowee. Never saw that one coming. Started fourth and has parked it on pit road. And we're hearing that the game has crashed. The sim has crashed on Bradley Ratu.
Championship ramifications. Luke Page has actually come out well in front of Fitzy for this pit stop phase.
It has. And, well, actually, he's also gone a shorter stop as well. 17.67 compared to Page's. Hang on, I'm struggling to find it. Sorry, compared to Fitzy's 22.45. Bondi is breathing down the neck of Page. So I wonder if Bondi will have his wits about him this time up across the top of the mountain, that Page isn't as confident across there as he is, and has to get on the ankles momentarily. Let's watch. Or did he not that time through? I'm not sure. Bondi sliding it out close to the wall. And Adam Lavis chiming in there with his own humour. Rather than spilling the milk, he might be going to have a glass of it now. Oh dear. Jack Cowman as well. Down a lap already is Cowman. Pritchard is down and out of the race. Tranell and Adam Hayne also done for the night. Jordan Pianazzola last of the run cars on the lead lap. Broad leads by 10 seconds now. Broad into cancer from Page, and Bond arguing over second and third. Barnes, Fitz, Nixon. What about the run from Cooper Barnes? We're not really surprised, let's be honest, but probably earning himself an instant invitation, i.e. promotion, up into the elite split.
I think he was very close to the borderline last week, so yeah, I think tonight he's probably going to put his average over, so good chance that's where he might be starting next season if the numbers play out the way it looks.
Hey! Stand on the gas, Bondi! He caught that somehow! I'm assuming that's a personal work schedule allowing it to be a long weekend, Yeaman, because last time I looked, there's no long weekends in Victoria until September. So I'm going to assume that you've got an extra day off work that you otherwise normally wouldn't have. But he's going to pull his current PC to pieces and then test on a whole different rig and maybe go buy replacement parts along the way. But I guess that's just the thing, isn't it? We talk about it being a 2-week break, Adam, but it won't be, because everybody's going to be busy getting themselves either prepared for a Porsche Pro round through their official commitments that they normally attend to. From a committee standpoint, you guys are going to be organising all the ins and outs, servers, the calendar, and all that sort of stuff for the new season. You will be particularly busy, obviously, putting our Excel drive document together that gives us the whole schedule rundown. So we say it's a 2-week break, but it's only a 2-week break from racing. It's business as usual behind the scenes and off the track, isn't it?
Yeah, still trying to squeeze some time off in there, but yeah, we're still get some bad stuff out of the road. Obviously, the busy time getting it all set up. So, you go and just keep it maintained on top of the season.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, pluses and minuses with the whole thing. The main thing is you've got the employment there, allowing you to go and dig into the pocket if needs be. Now, on the subject, I don't know if this was exactly what I was going to mention, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a lot going on tonight, and I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I'm sure I've had a brain fade somewhere along the way, but there is a bit of housekeeping that I haven't got to yet. Put July 12 in your diary if you haven't already. That's from a member standpoint. Committee AGM. A little bit earlier than last year, but the GSRC AGM for 2026, Sunday, July 12. More details in the coming weeks, but yes, that's the Sunday of week 1 of term 3. Oh no. Oh dear. Yes. It's never the 50-cent piece or the $2 piece when it's technology crapping the bed, is it, Yeaman? It's always the most expensive bit of the kit. As frustrating as that can be. Bradley Rattu, 23rd on the comeback trail, haven't got back out there now. Well, the PC got itself back together quick enough then, but unfortunately it's put him out of business for the night. No hope now, he's a lap and a quarter down. 2:07.018 for Tyson Broad, the fastest lap of the race last time through. Page, Bond and Barnes arguing over second, third and fourth, and Fitz is back there in 5th. And importantly, Fitz is only 2 seconds away. Oh, jeez. Fitz is only 2 seconds away from Page there. And that's important because Fitz stopped for 22 seconds. Page stopped for 17 last time through. So it's in Fitz's favour right now on the countback, you would assume. Pritchard out of the race. We've had a few retirements already, but there's your top 10 in class, ladies and gentlemen, top to tail. Not a hell of a lot of runners in the elite split tonight. Jason Douglas down in 9th on the comeback trail after his own PC. So we've had 2 PC crashes here already. Down to the chase. The battle for second is on. And the battle also for second in class in the dev split as well. Now, Barnes is out in the canter at the moment, probably looking like an elite graduate tonight, and possible inheritance of round honours to Ross Amor if things stay as they are. And Ross Amor second, Nathan Michael third, Jeff Adams, Mitch Wood. And then Ernie Toff the top 6 as they make their way through once more. There are the outright standings for you. Tomorrow night, Formula V, the Ben Motorsport Park, Porsche Cup, Sandown International Motor Raceway. Now, they are both super sprint format races. Dale Sharp, maybe with a comment of the evening so far, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. Sharpie. Oh, very nice. I wasn't here for the Ride Atlanta deluge and monsoon and whatever else. Shades of what the Porsches went through at the Nürburgring last time round.
Bondi was in the wall.
Or last term, rather. Oh, no, Bondi. He's getting well acquainted with the concrete there at the top of the mountain tonight. That's twice as long. Yes, I did hear about it. I didn't see it. I only heard about it through you and others. Yes. The Tempest weather system, when it rains, it bloody buckets and hammers down. Bad luck. 1:38 standard time. 11:38 land of a long white cloud, and of course 7:38 into prime time on the West Coast. Hope you're enjoying Wednesday night motorsport on the platforms of Gentleman Sim Racing, Podcast, Facebook and YouTube. Night 3, week 10, term 2. Season 25 for the club. The year is 2026. Barnes down the inside. And under brakes on the outside. And Page lets him go. Barnes goes out in pursuit of Bond. Here comes Fitzy. Fitzy is right where he wants to be. Nipping at the heels of Luke Page. Championship on the line. Fitz to the inside, not yet. 27 minutes to go. We'll do the overtime tonight, ladies and gentlemen, but it's well worth it. Now, at this stage, tomorrow night, the open split will be in focus for the broadcast of races 1 and 2, but the executive have already made a decision. Schwitty and I aren't going to sit here and commentate an 8-car race. So if you're in the elite split, you didn't turn up last week, get your backside trackside for Sandown this week if you want to get on broadcast. Fitz to the inside of Page. Thank you. Up at 4th. Fitzy through to 4th. Hand on the championship. And there's 2 reasons we're interested in the open split, because old mate Lavis here is in championship contention. He's got a real chance of rubbing it up tomorrow night. Again, we don't want to put the mocker on it, but he goes in with a nice little bit of breathing space. And the other point as well, only for St Petersburg. Okay, the racing was entertaining, but the elite numbers, geez, I don't think we've ever seen, as we have in the Porsches in recent times, Adam. You saw it in Turn 1. We've seen it again in Turn 2. Such a significant drop-off in numbers in participation in that Porsche Cup. We've had some really weird ebbs and flows with grid numbers the last few weeks in both Turn 1 and 2 so far.
And the interesting thing too is it's the elite split. So the guys who are meant to be the fast in the benchmark are the ones that seem to be not participating as much as they should be. That's the annoying part. That's one you'd want to have as your premier class, but a little bit of race, so it takes the shine off.
Indeed, I'm not trying to put the mocker on you, Mr. Benici. I firmly wish you the best of luck there, mate. But it's a 54-point deficit you've got to overturn. To our mate Adam Lavis here, and Aussie races versus Whiskey Business tomorrow night. Looking forward to that. And well done, mate, on the podium finish in GT3 Pro-Am earlier in the week. In fact, for the benefit of those who be tuning in at home, once we get through this broadcast, we didn't have finalised points. We had a rough idea, but we didn't have finalised points the other night for our top 2 GT3 splits. So we'll have them on screen to appease those of you who are curious without the knowledge of how it all played out. We'll put that on screen to put it beyond any sort of reasonable doubt at the end of this broadcast. Whilst Adam's also crunching the numbers for the supercars as well, and obviously if there's any updates from any post-race investigations from the 86s, we'll relay them to you hopefully tomorrow night. And on that subject, Adam, I mean obviously we've got to do a wheel spin tomorrow night, Schmitty and I, but do we also get to reveal the slate of the lineup for what's on the agenda for Turn 3 or not?
We'll check in with everybody to confirm that. Potentially.
Lovely.
Also depends. Still trying. Halfway to possibly getting a Friday broadcast. If we get that, we can actually get that across the line. We might do it then as well.
So, I've unfortunately already had to put up the not available sign for me for Friday night this week. As much as I love working with Trucker, I'm down on the Mid-North Coast this weekend. Actually, if you're in the Manning Valley region, if you're around the Mid-North Coast area, get out to the Manning Valley Kart Club, the Wingham Sporting Complex this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. The latest round. What are we up to now? Round 4 of the Dunlop Kart Stars Series for 2026. We're past halfway, and we hit Manning Valley this weekend for the midway point of the season. So 3 down, and once this one's done, 3 to go. That's Richard King parking up and crashing out of the night and calling it quits. There's Jason Douglas on the comeback trail in 18th. Under real threat here. He's trying to get by JD Den. He's got a little bit more traffic just ahead of them in the form of Aaron Bryan. Oh, trouble at the top. Bang and gone. JD Dent exits in spectacular fashion. And I'm actually really surprised that you haven't seen more of this at the top of the mountain already tonight. Oh, wow. Oh, no. He had help, and plenty of it. Oh, dear.
Oh, engine.
I think, and the engine's gone for Hayden Watson, so his night goes from bad to worse. I think race control's got a little bit of work to do with regards to that previous incident, though, Adam.
Oh, he's switching gears way too early. He's just over to launch that. You can hear the engine not happy with that.
I just heard someone call safety car in my earpiece, or was that a driver petitioning for a safety car deployment?
Right. There's nothing going on.
It hasn't been deployed, but yes. Someone was lobbying for it in my ear. Thankfully not at this stage. In this case. Mitchwood and Hayden Watson back out on the racetrack. Rich has just completed the second stop of the night. Everyone ahead of him yet to complete theirs. Jackson Sufong and up, the top 17, yet to stop a second time. 2 pit stop requirements tonight. And it was always going to be interesting to see who was going to be in the window to run this on a reverse strat. But I think any prospect of that actually being effective has been eliminated, because anyone that was thrust onto the reverse strat by way of early race incidents Travis with the humour. The skippies at turn 1, not in iRacing. Can we get iRacing to scan some kangaroos next time they're down here? Laser scan some kangaroos and adopt the wildlife of the real world into the sim? Wouldn't that be funny? Down into the chase we go once more. Ross Amor is 10th. Bond and Page to pit lane. So they were on a sort of different strategy to everybody else compared, based on the contact that they had in the opening stint. 40 minutes gone here. The run to Murray's corner. Broad and Nixon continue to lead. Barnes is third. Fitz, Tazikas, Barber. And then Bond and Page and Andy Barber on pit road right now. So that's the critical lap for them. Haven't really spoken too much about strategy tonight. By the way, the Aussie women are absolutely breezing it in against Bangladesh. They, in the 6th over, are going along at 8 and over 1 for 49. They need just 29 runs to win that match, and they've got 84 balls left to do it. So they'll be trying to get that done as quickly and as promptly and as effectively and as efficiently as possible. Go out and have happy hour. Wednesday afternoon in the United Kingdom. Barber, Douglas and Brian all in this time through. Barber comes out. Jason Douglas. And race control probably won't view that too favourably either. That incident at the top of the mountain. This field's very spread out now. The attrition rate is high. Cowman's a lap down. Watson's a lap down. King's out. So too Pritchard, Allen and Hayne. There have been some potential contenders that have been rubbed out by network connection issues or by incidents. And there's a real grueling survival of the fittest here with 20 minutes to go. And the prospect of some overtime as well. Just updating you, going around the grounds. New Zealand 1 for 39 in 16th over against England. Second test, day 1. You can watch that on Fox Sports. Australia home against Bangladesh. 6 for 133, played 131 all out. Men's T20 International. Games 2 and 3 to follow. And the Australian women 1 for 53 through 6.1 overs against Bangladesh. And they only need 78 to win, so another 25 to go. We're watching Ernie Toff go down Conrod Straight. I'll update the dev split in a moment. We'll have a bit more focus on that. 5 balls to go for India. They have reached 9 for 399 against Afghanistan. So Afghanistan are going to have to chase in excess of 400 to win that game of cricket, the second ODI there, the day-nighter. And that's Tyson Broad doing what Tyson Broad does best. And making it look really easy, driving this supercar across the top of the mountain. Could it actually be that there's not as much love for the next gen supercar as there was the previous gen supercar? A bit like the Porsche, Adam Lavis, as to why we don't have so many turning up these days for a supercar finale at the mountain?
Well, I think we've had more consistent numbers in this gen than the previous gen.
True.
Like going off like numbers and stuff for all the entries. Like the Gen 2 car was probably the least popular car, but even the Motor Improvement before it was sort of a bit faster, so a bit more, highly anticipated. But this new car, it's been a bit more consistent. Like, it's got pros and cons, but like it seems that it's be able to be a little bit more race friendly. I think a lot of the guys, so brings out a little bit more enjoyment, whereas the previous car was a little bit more mistake prone, so it was very easy to gain or lose time and spread the foot out much quicker.
Indeed. If you are a bit of a night owl, ladies and gentlemen, and you fancy staying up until the early hours tomorrow morning, you'll be treated to some spectacular games from the FIFA World Cup. Portugal and DR Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they'll be first up. England and Croatia, Uzbekistan and Colombia, Ghana and Panama, the other 3 games. I know there'll be a lot of interest in particularly the matches featuring Portugal and England. And they happen to be back-to-back first up tomorrow morning. Portugal from 3 a.m. and England from 6 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. To pit lane come Connor Nixon, Blake Fitz, Alex Tzikis and Nathan Michael. We mentioned earlier that Ross Amor already had one hand on this championship in the Supercars dev split. He was the champion-elect coming out of last week's run around the streets of Belle Isle, Michigan. This is only the second round of the season, not on American soil, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to have some familiar real estate to play with in the final round of the season. Although again, it's very rare you get a day this warm in Bathurst in the middle of June, as I illustrated earlier. Heaney and Jeff Adams, well, let's have a look. Jeff Adams is there in 4th at the moment. He trails Heaney by 25 points in this series. Heaney is, I just want to pick up where he is on the racetrack here, down in 8th. So whether that's enough for Jeff Adams to turn it around or not remains to be seen. And look at Ryan Barber under pressure here. Oh, not bad. Alex Tzoukas down on the inside. Thanks very much. Ryan Barber displaced.
That was Alex just came out of the pit lane. That was the run from the exit there. And Ryan was trying to get the position, but quite caught off.
I'm really impressed by the run from Connor Nixon. The fact that he is second. Yeah, okay. Oh, jeez. The margin is 51 seconds to his teammate Tyson Broad. But he's completed 2 stops, through 20 laps, and he's second on the racetrack. He's 1.1 seconds ahead of Fitz and Barnes and Bond and Page. Now, all those guys have completed 2 stops, and Fitz is out 2 seconds ahead of Bond and 8 ahead of Page. So that was a huge turnaround for Fitzy with regards to his position relative to Page in this points race, remembering that Fitz had the advantage going in. 8.05, played 7.62, 43 points the advantage there. But, yeah, Page would have needed a lot to go right for him and wrong for Fitz to overturn him tonight. It looks as though Fitz is going to get the championship. And no one can deny him his crown and his moment here, because he's showed up every week. Yes, a couple of DNFs along the way, sure. It happens to the best of them. That's what the drop rounds are there for. But he's going to win this thing, and it's going to be so richly deserved. Obviously helped by the issues for Ratu and Douglas tonight. But Page will go down swinging as a gallant runner-up, and Fitz will have his crowning moment. Maybe not necessarily winning on the night, but the glory of joining the honour roll as a Supercar champion in the elite squad of the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And remember, Adam, he wasn't terribly confident as to how it was going to all play out. With when the elite split boys came back to town, when the V8 Pro Series competitors came and played in our event split, he wasn't necessarily sure he was going to be able to hold on and survive up at the top of the summit. But he started the season pretty well on the streets of Chicago. He's ended the season with a couple of round wins to show for his efforts, including round 3 at Long Beach, round 5 at St. Petersburg in Florida. Didn't factor in the overall points last week in the results, but has maintained consistency along the way, and the reward will be his. Opportunity of running the number one the car at the start of next term.
Have a chat to the JMR guys and get that sticker off Jace's car, and we're on the Green Beast. So interested to see if he wants to run that one this season. I'm sure he will. But yeah, it's always one of those things to be able to have that championship plate on your car for the season.
Only 11 minutes to go here. And with everyone having completed their second round of pit stops, well, Tyson Broad will be the next one to come back to the control line. And when he does, it'll likely be 5 laps to go. So we'll get to 28. Just having a look at where he is relative to everybody else. He's at the grade at the top of the mountain. 2 minutes 8.007. He leads by 16. 2 minutes 8. So 2 is 4:16. 3 is 6:24. 8:32. 10 minutes 40. There's your 10 minutes 40 on the clock. There's your threshold. So we're now 5 laps to go at the line, because we will be able to start that 5th lap with about a minute on the clock and do a little bit of overtime along the way. So well and truly inside the final 5 laps now. Bondi holding on to 4th in split, keeping Luke Page at bay and comfortably. Reese is the closest battle on the racetrack. It's only Toff and Jeff Adams. Adams, of course, trying to overturn the 15-point deficit for Akini in the points race in the Dev split. There is Heaney in 7th. Reminding you that it was 15 points to Nathan Michael has well and truly covered off Jack Calvin. Richard King's parked up and retired. J.D. had that spectacular off at the top of the mountain. Dave Oliver 505. I haven't seen D. Oliver tonight, have I? I don't think we've called D. Oliver tonight. And apologies if I have, but I don't think I have, no. So, yeah, a little bit of a disappointing turnout from the Dev Split boys as well. And obviously, you know, misfortune is what it is. Richard King had to sit on pit road for 6 minutes and 2 seconds, so he will still be classified, but it's going to be 14th. It's going to be well down out of contention for any sort of points-paying positions that are of significance. Still only the 3 retirements, which is probably the most astonishing thing. 2 packet losses along the way. Chase Douglas has recovered to be 9th in split, but I dare say maybe still a case to answer for the way in which who was it? JD Dent got served up at the top of the mountain. So Travis has a party, a little bit of post-race work to do for Trav tonight. There is Jeff Adams. So Ross Amor's behind Nathan Michael now by 2 seconds in the battle for 2nd in class. And Cooper Barnes is well out, as you can see. The margin is 30 seconds from Barnes back to Amor. Now that is a smashing in anyone's language. And Barnes, with a 2 minute 7.65, is only 0.6 of a second off the fastest lap of the night so far from Tyson Broad, although Bradley Ratu has gone out and done a 206.5 on the comeback trail a lap down. How about that? Just proving that he had the pace, but unfortunately, the computer said no. Broad to the top of the mountain is now in the run to the start-finish line. He's come out of the chase, and we'll see 4 laps to go this time by the line. Jeff Adams, meanwhile, has still got the majority of this 24-lap run. Whoa, very close to the wall at the top. 7.5 to go as Tyson Broad sees the start-finish line and goes out on lap number 25 of what we suspect will now be a 28-lap race, ladies and gentlemen. And 28 laps around here, you're pushing 170 kilometres, if you don't mind. Let's actually crunch the numbers on that. So 28 by 6.213, 173.964 will be the overall race distance covered over the course of the hour and probably a minute, but it waits to see it. Some big accidents tonight, some unfortunate technical dramas, and this remains the real only battle on the racetrack right now. Barring any late mistakes or incidents. Someone mentioned there earlier about Bondi really pushing it. I think it was Sharpie. And to his credit, yes, he is, and he did. He hasn't been able to stop Cooper Barnes or Blake Fitz or Connor Nixon or Tyson Broad. That's really not that surprising, with the greatest respect. But he's held his own very nicely. I'll be interested to hear what they have to say about tyre wear, because you'll remember last week it was a talking point in the Porsches. It always seems to be a prominent talking point in the supercars. Tyre wear around here. And it usually brings with a little bit of a drop-off in the lap times towards the back end of the stint. 6 minutes to go, and Broad will have 3 laps to go when we hit the control line next time through. Big thanks to Trophi.AI for their ongoing support of this series. It's been a few seasons now. And also to Disruptive Labs for their support of the club. Waste Options, of course, merch.GSRC.inc and Flash Graphics. If you want to get involved in anything we do here on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, race.GSRC.inc is where you go for all that relevant information. The best motor racing real estate in the land, hosting the season finale of Wednesday Night Motorsport, this time our Tin Top doubleheader. And remains the only night of the season where we go and play on the same real estate, both the entree and the main course. I suspect that'll remain the case next term. I'm excited to see what else is on the schedule. I know I can only be here for about 6 of the 10 Wednesday nights due to a stacked schedule from the Porsche Pro Series point of view. There's 4 rounds in the space of 7 weeks. It's ridiculous, the one that they get on, considering that they've only had 3 rounds in 2 months. Off goes Jordan Pianazzola. Oh no, that's at Murray's Hell Corner, I reckon. Halfway up Mountain Straight. Pianazzola gets back on the road, but let's have a look at this. Yep, Hell Corner. Yeah, and by the way, that is the Romanian flag in reverse, ladies and gentlemen. That's flipped. It goes red, yellow, blue, but the flag actually goes blue, yellow, red.
I think it's just the stripe just goes over to the whole car. Or whether it's meant to be the flag or not, who knows? We're passing next thing.
I'm now just Googling it. No, there's 11 countries, believe it or not, that have that combination, but not in red, yellow, and blue in that order. Chad, blue, yellow, red. Jeff Adams up on the outside, about to be passed on the inside. Good move, Ernie Toff. Toff goes through. That helps great immensely. Finally, we're seeing some action on the track. Been a very processional sort of 10 minutes, Adam Lake. And obviously, we mentioned Colombia and Romania. Colombia's yellow, blue, red, Romania, blue, yellow, red, left to right. Same as Chad, but it's light blue and dark blue. So, yeah, I'll, if he stops by for a chat post-race, I'm going to have to ask him what his thinking was with the stripes there. It gives off that whole Dodge Viper sort of, and at the same time, Alan Moffat livery, late 70s sort of vibe. The stripes down the middle of the race car. 2:50 on the clock, 2 laps to go. Time about 2 laps on another Trophi.AI Supercar season. What a season it's been. Great competition from first until last. Some new names on the podium, on the top step of the summit. And tonight it's going to be Blake Fitz's moment in the spotlight. It's going to be his glory. Pride, joy, jubilation. Do I give this a go next season? Well, the BMW M2 in the entree, as Adam Lavis has already teased, or the Supercar in the main course. I reckon you stick to Formula V though, mate. That's the best ticket in town. Please tell me we've got the Vs going around again. There's so many people calling for more V racing, commentary included, but I mean, commentary doesn't get the casting vote, obviously, Adam Lavis, but I reckon there'll be a few people quite happy to see the Formula Vs get another Guernsey. Broad, Nixon, Fitz, Barnes and Bond, the top 5.
I'm not sure if it was from your point of view, but Formula V season would just alternate between Willow Springs, Motorsport, Phillip Island, and what's the other one?
Harbour.
Thruxton.
Or Sandown, or Thruxton, yeah, exactly. And actually, I wouldn't want Formula Vs to be just. There's Fitzy having a look. Fitzy's under pressure here from Barnes and Bond, and they're going with, is that Bradley Ratsu just running ahead of them a lap down? Yes, it is. So he's towing the rest of them along. White flag flies, final lap underway, and the margin is 18.5 seconds forward to Nixon. It's interesting for mine, right? 45 seconds to go. We're heading for 6 past 10 Eastern Standard Time. This race will end just after 7 minutes past Eastern Standard Time. 8:07 on the West Coast, 7 past midnight in New Zealand. I wasn't just longing at one point there, Adam Lavis, for Formula V to be on a Thursday night all year round. But I wanted to serve as the entree to the main course on a Monday, a Tuesday, and a Wednesday, and a Friday as well. Too much V racing's never enough. Bloody hell, that was good last week from Willow Springs. And I'm sure it'll be equally as good tomorrow night from the Ben West configuration. There's Jackson Sufong exiting stage left. And limping some wounded cars to the line they go. What a performance it's been from Tyson Broad. Pressure from Rd-10 right up until that PC crash at the start of the first round of pit stops. And Tyson Broad is going to bring it home beautifully tonight at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. What a performance this has been. I mean, we haven't seen a hell of a lot of him this season, but what we've seen has been quality. Currently sitting down 19th in the point standings, but he swept the round at Brands Hatch. Double win there. DNF'd, unfortunately, at Road Atlanta. A third and a 12th and a DNF last week. When else did we see him throughout the course of this season? We didn't. That was it. Only 3 appearances so far. But on stop number 4 to the Supercar Elite Series, with thanks to Trophi.AI, it's going to be a second round win and a third race win for Tyson Broad. He gets the job done in the season finale at Mount Panorama, Bathurst. And in clinical, commanding fashion and style, he smoked them. Second will go to Connor Nixon. What a drive that was from the back of the field from C. Nixon, and good to have him back on the platform for the Gentleman Sim Racing Club as well. It's a Logitech Orbit Drop there, Motorsport 1-2. And then right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the man and the moment. Blake Fitz has done enough to get the job done. In the season finale, he finishes off the campaign with a podium. And for the first time, he is your Trophi.AI Supercars Elite Split Champion, and doesn't he know it? He's going to celebrate in style. Let's enjoy the moment with him. That's all right for a little burnout. Not going too over the top with it, of course. There's Ross Amor. If it wasn't already known beforehand, it certainly is now. Ross Amor is the Dev Split Champion in Term 2 of 2026, with thanks to Trophi.AI on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. How about that? Now Fitzy's going to line it up properly. And it's bouncing off the bloody rev limiter there. How about that?
Oh,
again, what we've... Yeah, he's run out of fuel, hasn't he?
No, doing the spinning on the track doing burnouts.
Oh, that too. At least he hasn't found the wall yet. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ross Amor, the champion in the Dev Split. Blake Fitz, the champion in the Open, in the Elite Split, I should say. Hard luck for Jace Douglas tonight. Hard luck for Bradley Ratsu. He was the only one keeping Tyson Broad relatively honest in that opening stint. And then from there, Broady just breezed it in, really. He just carved up. Took everybody to school. As everybody now lights it up in celebration. This is because they can no longer do the jump, of course, at the chase. I haven't been able to do that for a couple of years. It's ruined the fanfare post-race here in the Supercars at Mount Panorama. Geez, we've got some great memories from when we were able to run right down there, though. There are the results for you, ladies and gentlemen. And, yeah, mixed bag through, obviously, the DNF at Road Atlanta and 3rd, 12th and a DNF last week on the streets of Detroit. But you know that when he's in town and he's on song, he's hard to beat as T. Broad. C. Nixon from the back of the grid, that was mightily impressive, and Blake Fitz in for third as champion. I dare say Cooper Barnes is going to be there as an elite split competitor next term. Bondi in for P5, Luke Page, Alex Tzikis, Ryan Barber, Nathan Michael, the winner of the Dev Split tonight, I reckon, on count back once you elevate Cooper Barnes up into the elite split. Or you're not going to do that?
He's already in Dev Split for tonight, so that's where he stays.
Oh, okay, so you are going to give the win to Barnes. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
that's all right.
You can't move him in the last round. He's already in a pipe.
Okay, so Barnesy wins the Dev Split, but I dare say with an instant promotion up into the elite coming his way. Michael and Amor, the top 3. Top Adams, Heaney and Wood made up the top 7. I think Heaney might just now hold on to that place in the championship over Jeff Adams.
Well, the fact that Mitch looks like he's played a team game and given the spot to Greg, and then Jeff lost a spot to Ernie, so he's gone from having a 3-place gap to only a 1-car gap. That could be the difference.
Could well be indeed. Happy number crunching, Adam. I hope you enjoyed that. It was 25 points, Heaney to Adams coming into the round. And as a result, I don't know if Jeff's going to be able to overturn that. Nathan Michael 666, Jake Kalman 640, and Richard King 602. JD at 532. That was the top 7 coming into the round. So there were a couple of little positional battles there to keep an eye on. Luke Page, Blake Fitz, 2 of those at the top of the order. But Fitzy holding off Luke Page tonight throughout the course of a magnificent hour. That's enough for him to get the job done. We'll get to the round winner in just a moment. We'll get to the bloke on the West Coast who it's good to have back in the server in just a moment. We'll get to Jeff Adams and Bondi very soon as well. But to the victor go the spoils. Fitzy, you've done it, mate. Well done. Brilliant season. Brilliant way to finish it off. And you highlighted, I know, a few weeks ago, you flagged that you didn't necessarily think you were going to be able to keep the form up and keep the momentum going when the elite split boys came to town. But in the end, you did what you needed to do. You ticked all the boxes. A little bit of luck falls your way in the sense of good strategy to play tonight. You were able to see off the threat of Luke Page. Jace Douglas is running the technical dramas. It's a night for you to savour and a night that I'm sure you won't forget, mate. Well done. The championship's yours.
Thank you, mate. I don't know what to say. Yeah, thanks. Good time to tick off. I've got all the GSRC colours now. I've got a bronze, silver, and finally a gold. So
that'll look good in the trophy room. The fact that you've got a gold now to accommodate the silver, or to accompany the silver and the bronze.
Yeah, it should look good. Hopefully Adam remembers my address.
Oh, brilliant. Now, I'm sure he's got it on file there somewhere, mate. Hey, talk me through the night, because obviously, in the end, it's third and it's a really good result. But those orbit drop there, boys, fair income. Obviously, Brad's had a packet loss issue. That's unfortunate for him. But Connor Nixon, what a drive. You weren't able to keep him at bay, and I dare say you were just focusing on where Luke was relevant to you and where Jace was relevant to you, because you highlighted earlier in the season that the orbit drop there, boys, you just didn't have the pace to go with them, and we saw tonight that they were at a different postcode after 60 minutes.
Yeah, I was watching Connor come through the field. Somewhere in the race, he was about 8 seconds behind me, and then after the pit stop, the first pit stop, it was like 3 seconds. And there was a bit of like, I don't know, I knew, not had it in the bag, but I knew what I had to do tonight, and then, so you let a couple cars go past, but then when I come out of pits behind Connor, and it was a second gap, I wanted to race, but then, yeah, as you said, they've just got the pace, and yeah, I don't know, he drove off.
All right, very nicely done. Hey, let's just talk about a couple of other things here, right? Because you highlighted that you weren't quite sure what to say or how to sum it up. Let me ask you this. Going into the night, knowing what the, equations were, what was at stake, knowing the buffer you had over Luke, how were the nerves and what was the game plan going into the 60 minutes?
I had a look at it after work. I don't know, I'm not too good at math, but my math said something like pretty catastrophic. I don't even know the word, catastrophic.
Catastrophic, yep, that's it.
Had to happen for it not to come off, so yeah, I don't know. I turned up with quality. I've got a good setup from last year's Scops, thanks to the team I was with, and yeah, I don't know. I was able to just, plod along. Not too nervous, to be honest. I don't know. Like, I sort of knew what I had to do, and this was probably, one of the easier rounds of the season.
You must be elated, though, the fact that you did flag the elite boys coming and going as a potential trip hazard situation that might end up, catching up with you. They might climb over the top. They haven't done that. You must be pleased that you've been able to see off the threat, even though they're in the server from time to time and they take precious championship points away from you. Full-term regulars, you must be pleased that you've been able to string the results together, maintain the consistency even when they've been here. Yeah, okay, a couple of DNFs along the way. Brands Hatch was one, Road America another. But still, you worked with them in the parameters of the rules and regulations. The drop rounds worked into your favour, and you've been able to tick all the boxes, mate. And at the same time, put in some consistency. So some momentum's come your way, and some pace as well. Just how hard have you had to work to remain as consistent and as competitive as you have been throughout the course of the season?
Everyone says it, but honestly, like, I've won the championship, but at the same time, I wish I had done more laps to, I don't know, maybe be able to compete with Orbit at times, like you've got Luke Page, and I'm pretty sure he's a GT3 driver coming over to Supercars, and he pushed me along all season, whereas like I'm a Supercar mainstay, and yeah, that guy, if you look at the championship, he probably could have had it in some stages.
Indeed, we'll hear from his team boss, Greg Heaney, very shortly, I'm sure. We've also got Jeff Adams here to have a chat about the fact that he's secured a podium in the Dev Split as well. They were, of course, arguing for the minor placements, given that Ross Amor had already wrapped it up. What does this mean? I mean, it's going to be, as Chase Douglas has learned, unfortunately, it's hard enough to win one of these things, even more so to defend it. What does it mean to you to have the chance now to go out there with the number one on your car next term?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. Like, I don't know if it hasn't sunk in, or I don't know. I've wanted to win. I've wanted to win a GSRC V8s one for ages. Like, ever since I've started, this is where I first did V8s. But I don't know. No discredit to the guys. I don't know. Yeah, it's just I don't know what to say, to be honest.
All right. Well, we might let you gather your thoughts.
I'm happy I've got the gold plaque, but like, it's hard. I don't know. Like, you turn up to the last round, and then you got Orbit running 15 seconds on you. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm a champion, but do you know what I mean? Like,
I know exactly what you mean, mate. I get it. I understand it, but
no discredit to the guys I was racing. But at the end of the day, like, I think I would have rather win one of these maybe a couple of seasons ago and be racing those guys on a Wednesday night somewhere else. But that's not the way the cookie crumbled this year. And I had to come here, and I've got my trophy, and yeah, I don't know. We'll come back next season, and yeah.
Yeah, and next year, any guys that run the Porsche Pro as well as the GSRC Elite Supercars, they're probably rubbed out of contention from the start, considering there's 4 double ups there. But and these guys are probably going to have more of an opportunity to be here on a Wednesday, given that their enduro season is now in full swing until the middle of August, and therefore they're running on Fridays and Sundays and not Wednesdays. So there's so much uncertainty and so much excitement attached to Term 3 and how and why it might play out the way that it will when we get there from July 8th, the night of State of Origin number 3, ladies and gentlemen, which word reaches my inbox is going to be a decider. So that's all I'm going to say about that. I'm as surprised as anyone. Let's get some final thoughts from you, Fitzy. What do the next couple of weeks look like, mate? And what will be the plan of attack for next term? Obviously, more Supercar running, but anywhere else we might see you pop up and have a steer?
I was doing those last couple of laps thinking, like, soak it in. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have a break. I don't know. All I do is drive this car, and I don't know. I'm not having too much fun anymore. I don't know. They're all just laps and laps. I wanna go away, come back, maybe do something new, maybe try GT3s or Porsche car. I don't know, make some friends. I know Scott's Enduro's coming up, so have to make some friends and hopefully get a co-driver or co-drive for someone there. Other than that, yeah, nothing too much. Oh, someone's put my name down for, I think, an Enduro season in New Zealand. But other than that, yeah, I'll probably be away from sim racing for a bit. We won't see the lime green car out there for a bit. I won't be upsetting anyone or ruining anyone's night.
The key in all of that was make some friends. Me too, mate. Me too. Ross Amor's just chimed in and said, lots of fun. Thanks, everyone, for a great season, all the battles throughout. And thanks to the commentators for doing the season. We'll be back next season for sure. Hey, mate, well done on the championship, because that's been a well put together season by you to win the Dev Split, and you had it on points going into tonight as well. Even if tonight had gone to the proverbial, you had enough to fall back on to see off Heaney and Jeff Adams. Somebody's just departed. He would just lost Blake Fitz. I don't know why. I was going to say thanks to him, good luck, and whoever he wants to thank is his opportunity to do so, but he might chime in on the on the thread there. But really exciting times for him, and I was actually going to ask him because he mentioned there about getting out of the supercar and going having a steer in something else, trying to reinvent the wheel, keep it interesting, keep it fun. and give himself a new challenge in the process. So all of that is admirable. All of that is to look forward to. I can't wait to see where he pops up and what he does next term, and we'll have a chat with him then. Fitzy, well done. I'm not sure what the premature ejection from the commentary box was all about, but thanks to you for putting on a great show for us to enjoy this season, and well done on the championship. Connor Nixon's here. Tyson Broad is here as well. I can see Tyson tapping away on the lights there, trying to get my attention. Hello, mate. Hey, well done. It's not often you can snare a 20-second win around here.
No, definitely not. Disappointed that, Brad had his game crash on him coming into the pits. Otherwise, I felt as though we could have continued the battle all throughout that race and put on a decent show. But, yeah, was good prep. Decided to rock up in the Mustang tonight as opposed to my traditional Camaro. Just getting ready for Invitational Enduros and that, where, I'm not quite 100% sure if I can announce the lineups just yet, but, they're all set and delivered, so...
We won't, just in case you get in trouble if you do. However, in saying that, mate, let's talk about you and Mr. Raffy there for a moment, because bloody hell, no holds barred, you two put on a hell of a show. And I was a bit worried that you might have both ended up in the fence's way of getting into each other. At one point there was no holds barred stuff between you two tonight, and that's exactly the way we like it. We know you guys like to race hard and fair as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we knew we had a bit of a gap, so we were getting a bit bored just running around together, so we decided to make things a little bit more interesting, keep each other on our toes, and I guess it's just good battle practice for future events.
Indeed it is. I guess the other thing as well is you need to go through... It can be hard, right, to go through that race simulation to that extent of battling and dealing with competitive drivers around you, trying to get past you, trying to block you, defend you, whatever the case may be. So it's nice that you guys have that opportunity in a race server to go about trying to do that. It's unfortunate that you weren't able to finish it off, but were you worried at any point that you might have gone just a little bit too far?
Not really. I mean, we know how each other work and that. Brad was my co-driver last year when I was a full-time driver in Pro Series, so we know how each other work really well. And it was just sort of just making sure that we didn't collide near braking zones and that to avoid any big contacts. Other than that, I feel as though we could have carried on at the rate we were going.
And it was good while it lasted as well, mate. Did your plan of attack for the whole race, the final 2/3 of that drive, change, considering how lonely it would have became once you lost Brad from the equation? Because really, for that remaining 40 minutes or so, it was an elongated testing session for you.
Yeah, exactly. It was more just trying to keep the pace up, try and see what the car would do. This setup we had is definitely more suited when you add 100 more litres of fuel in it.
Yes.
As opposed to, the tank size and that here. But it's just still good practice anyway to see what the car will do when it's light on fuel and that anyway. So, I guess it also is good.
I'm just thinking tyre wear, because obviously we talk about car setup, we talk about these cars, we talk about tyres all the time, fuel burn, all that. But the only other obvious out of all of that, because you've just mentioned the fact that it does run differently when it's on a lighter restricted fuel tank, would be tyre wear. It always seems to be a talking point in this series. What do you notice in the back end of the two stints, of the three stints, I should say, respectively?
I think it's more due to the way we have the thing set up is more dependent on tyre. But it's just something that we'll have to work on to get it into the ideal spot. But I'm sure we'll get there.
All right, very nicely done. Now, let's talk about a couple of other things here, mate. When we look at the fact that you had two bites at the cherry here that didn't exactly come up trumps, they being round 7 at Road Atlanta in that monsoon that you guys had to contend with. Then last week, let's be honest, Belle Isle didn't necessarily go the way you would have liked it. 3rd, 12th and a DNF. Must have been nice, though, however, to snag your third win of the season tonight. And out of the 4 rounds you contested, a 50% strike rate, 2 round wins there to accompany 2-3 pole positions throughout the course of the season. So when you've turned up, you've had a mixed bag of results from a race standpoint, but no one can question the pace. You've been on the money all stops so far.
Yeah, definitely. I have noticed a pace pickup just in myself through constant laps of driving, and I think I've been at this level now for a fair while. Since probably about the last time I drove this car around here, which was the Pro Invitational round last year. So, yeah, since then I've sort of picked up another gear, and yeah, been driving really well since then, and yeah, glad to see it somewhat translated to events like this.
Have you noticed the pace pickup from teams outside of your stable, from drivers inside this server as well, mate, in your observations or not?
Definitely when the RER boys have rocked up, they've definitely stepped up. I remember when we had the first season of Gen3 back in 25A, they were quite a ways behind. But now, you know, they're right with us at this level. So, yeah, definitely a pickup from them blokes. And yeah, hoping to see more teams take a step like that.
Indeed. All right. So now that Bathurst is done, the next time you go for a race around here will be the Logitech G Pro 1000, I imagine, in the middle of August. So we've got a while to wait. But with the other 2 Enduros and everything else on the schedule, mate, that's not going to take a hell of a lot of time to roll around either. It may look like 2 months, but it'll be the blink of an eye, really, given the speed at which this year is playing out. What else is on the schedule between now and the first of the Enduros, which I believe is next Friday night?
Probably just testing at Phillip Island. I did Scops there on the weekend, and yeah, we've got some work to do on setup. I think Brad has done a bit of work on that already. But in terms of other stuff, sort of been manning a server in Oscar on Monday night, run by AOG. So yeah, definitely watching that, and hopefully we can get 3 cars that we have in that into the top 32, so therefore they can race in that full time.
All right, very nicely done. I mean, obviously pleasing to see that Connor was able to tear through from the rear of the field as well, mate. So a strong 1-2 for the team. Could have been a 1-2-3. Oh, well, it might have been. It's not the first time we said that in relation to you blokes this season for any number of different reasons. Well done to you. Looking forward to seeing you out there on the platforms of the GSRC next term. Enjoy, well, it's not much of a break, but it is the break for the club. So enjoy the next few weeks. Good luck in the Enduros. Who would you like to thank before I let you go?
Yeah, just all the boys at Logitech G, ODBM for the ongoing support, partners in obviously Logitech G, iLiveries, Revolution Race Gear, and Sam Blacklock Media. And yeah, just shout out to Brad and Connor for turning up tonight. And unfortunately, Brad's PC had a bit of a wobble, but yeah, nice to see Connor finally step back into a car that made him somewhat synonymous in Oz NZ.
Well, by the way, we're going to hear from Connor shortly. That 2-hour time difference between here and the West Coast is really going to work in my favour in a moment, because I'm going to go to Healy and Adams first and put a full stop on the dev split. So Connor, you're going to be last cab off the rank, and we're going to save the best until last in this instance, because we know the sort of comedy you bring to the table at this time on a Wednesday night. But Tice, one more question for you, mate, and it nearly slipped my mind. We saw a very American heavy series schedule this time round. The series admin is in the house. What's on the wish list as far as tracks are concerned? We know the race formats will vary in their usual way, but if you were putting the calendar together, what's on the wish list?
Definitely not Coronado, definitely not the naval base, because I've driven the Supercar around there already because I got bored one day, and yeah, I think we're all going to have to go to chiropractors afterwards to get new spine realignments if we take these things there. So
oh wow,
yeah, definitely steer clear of there. In terms of wish lists, not particularly too many wishes. Yeah, just hopefully tracks that bring out the best tendencies in these cars. Big braking zones and just tracks that suit the cars.
All right. I'm sure that Greg Heaney's making notes on his notepad as we speak. Well done, mate. Thank you very much again. Great work as always. And go and enjoy the break and good luck in the endurance. Connor, stay right there. Jeff Adams, Greg Heaney, didn't you two rock and roll this evening? My goodness. Greg, it was interesting looking at the points equations because you had two horses in the race. You had Luke, of course, trying to stop Blake Fitz from winning the elite split. He wasn't able to do that. We knew that you weren't able to stop Ross Amor from winning the dev split, but you did have to try and fend off Jeff Adams. It would seem as though you've been able to do that. But did you or did you not have to call in some reinforcement along the way and have a teammate yield position for you in the closing stages, just to be sure?
I was going to say it wasn't necessarily reinforcement. Mitch was turning up anyway, and he did have a turn of hand. He did have a go at the 86s. But yeah, no, I did ask him, like I said, 10 minutes out from the end, I said, if we're still like this in 8 minutes, can we swap? My level of concentration tonight was through the roof. I think for about 55 minutes of that hour, I was silent. And I managed to make it through on a 0x. So bonus points to me, yay. And it was just a case of watching Jeff, and then I saw, I think it was Ernie go past. Ernie got past me because I pinched a brake into turn one, and it was just a matter of him. He ended up catching Jeff, and Mitch was ahead of me. He's like, "It's going to be on here for these guys," and I was like, "Well, there's still time for them to duke it out and come together." And unfortunately for myself and Mitch, it didn't happen. But from our perspective, unfortunate, but thankfully it didn't happen, so Jeff could finish with a nice straight car and not go out in that way. But yeah, no, it was a request to, can I have the position, please?
So he's officially confirmed on the record here, ladies and gentlemen, on the platforms of the GSRC live and free across Facebook and YouTube, exclusive on a Wednesday night, that he has pulled rank as team boss. He's pulled a Christian Horner or a multi-21, and it worked because you have snagged second in the championship, mate. You talk about the level of concentration required around here, I mean, and that was only with a 27 car field. Greg, imagine if it was like the glory days where people were arguing about trying to get into the server and being told, sorry, it is full, no more available slots in the house. It would have been a hell of a lot more hectic out there, but from your standpoint, must be pleasing to know that you can focus on the task at hand, put all the distractions to one side and go out there and pretty much nail the drive. I mean, there's been a couple of moments throughout the course of the term in which, as Mitch gives you the thumbs up in our comment thread there, there's been a couple of moments through the term where it hasn't gone according to plan, but tonight you must be pleased, reasonably pleased, with the fact that you were able to string a result together and string a full 60-minute race together as well.
Oh, most definitely. It was, I think I tried about 3 or 4 different setups during the practice. Qualifying, I'm just going out on race fuel. It didn't bother me in the slightest. Made a small tweak to the car between quali and race, and just to try to settle the back of the car down because it was skating everywhere. So I made a small tweak to it, and it seemed to settle it down enough that I could control it well enough to be able to get through. And then it was just, toying with the brake bias as it went, and the fuel got lighter and the tyres went off. And it's just my concentration tonight was ridiculous. But but well done to Luke for getting second in the elite split, and well done to Nathan as well with his consistent results throughout. He obviously had a couple of nights there where things for him didn't go too well, and he was also away for a couple as well. But well done to Nathan, and with obviously Mitch being his line of work, doesn't always get to show up, but yeah, good results from him. And again, for him tonight, even after his small whoops, after coming out of the dipper, and he's like, I don't know. His immediate first thought was, is it too early to pit? And I'm like, no, you'll be fine. And yeah, had he not relinquished the place to me on request, he would have actually finished where he started. So he did quite well to get back up to there.
He did, and considering that things didn't necessarily go to plan for him in the 86s, got caught up in a couple of nasty crashes, and Jeff Adams knows what that's all about too, unfortunately. It's nice that he was able to put the result on the board in that race as well. And nice that you guys, unlike a couple of our field, were able to get through the race without any sort of an internet issue whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, we had Dale in comms with us, and he was obviously watching the stream, and he's like, he called a couple of cars. He's like, the attrition rate is ridiculous. And I'm like, well, and we just see, obviously, in the sim, we see messages coming up of people dropping out and stuff. And yeah, we saw one of the Orbit cars drop to packet loss, and a few others here and there. But yeah, no, it was good to see that none of my guys had the issue. And yeah, and also for Jeff as well, it was good to see that he didn't have any problems too. So made a race of it and kept us both honest.
Indeed. If you're wondering, I'll go around the grounds for you very shortly. Plenty of cricket on tonight. I'll get to that soon. But before I go any further, Thorn Weggett's just asking, when are we going to see in the Vs?
Oh, look, depending on what happens tomorrow with work and everything, if I'm not too mentally drained, yeah, I could probably jump in tomorrow.
Good. Excellent. We'd love to have you there, Greg.
I'll see if I can find me a canoe to go with my bright green helmet.
Yeah. The hottest ticket in town. You don't know what you're missing. Well worth the price of admission if you can get in there for the finale from the Bend tomorrow night. Yeah, it'll be well worth the price of admission. Looking forward to that immensely. Hey, talk to me about a couple of other things here, because obviously we're getting towards the end of the season. The supercars will go around again next term. Adam's already shed some light on what the supporting cast will be for Wednesday Night Motorsport next term. We're going one-make racing again, but I've been told it's not of the Japanese variety, it's of the German variety. So it's going to cost everyone a little bit at the start of the season to go racing with us on a Wednesday night. But how far are you into the operational side of things and putting the calendar together? And are we going to be very American-centric again, or are we going to spread our wings a little bit more?
Well, I'm... in relation to your comment about the new German flavour on the schedule for next season, nobody's out of pocket unless track selection is the cause of that. So I'm going to leave it at that. Everybody else can figure out the rest. As for the V8s, I'm actually going to relinquish control of the V8s for next season.
Yeah, righto.
And I'm going to let Jeff have a go.
Oh, okay. Right, well, in that case then, Jeff, the floor is... No, I won't do that to you just yet. I will not do that to you just yet, because we'll have that conversation after we talk about your race in just a moment. Is this with a view to the tag of Vice being rubbed off your title at any point early in Term 3, Greg?
Oh, I mean, there is that possibility. I mean, it's also... I've been looking after the season or the series for... 3 or 4 seasons now, and thought I'd give somebody else a go, and that way somebody else can have a within the committee, but somebody else can toy around with the weather settings and the race formats and the track selections, and see how we go from there. Obviously, there was the torrential downpour that we had for Road Atlanta, which was completely unintentional. I was hoping it might have been a slight sprinkling, not so much the Category 5 deluge that we got. But
dear, oh dear. So you wanted a hose to be...
yeah, I just wanted somebody out there with a sprinkler watering the concrete. I didn't want...
Yeah, you didn't want the buckets. Yeah, right.
No. Just a small sprinkling, just to spice it up a little bit. I didn't think I was going to get that, but
somebody just wanted to come out and water the garden with the hose, and in the end they ended up getting bombarded by swimming pools of water. Fantastic. Whiskey Business Racing, mate. Luke Page, gallant effort, but second will have to do. So a pair of silvers in the supercars for you guys.
Yeah, again, happy with that. And on to for the boys tomorrow in the Porsches, and then on to the GEC on Friday for us. So,
and how are you sitting there?
I think Travis is pushing for a podium, which is good. I think he's currently sitting third. I'm not sure. I'd have to double check the points. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get to a second, but he's doing his damnedest to keep it on the podium. I'm currently sitting sixth. If I can somehow manage to get to a fifth in GDP with the calibre of the cars and drivers that we have in there, I seem to be the only one still actually stuck to the Acura. Everybody else is driving Porsches and Caddies, and there's a couple of Ferraris scattered around in there, but no, Acura for me. And we've also got a couple of guys in the GDEs in there as well. Nathan's in one of those. I think Nathan's the only one driving the GDE. He's doing quite well. He's had a few good finishes as well, but I again would have to double check the points to see exactly where he's sitting. But looking forward to that one very much so.
All right, and we're looking forward to a lot of what's on the way as far as the platforms of the GSRC is concerned. This may be the last chance I get to chat to you this term, Greg. So, final thoughts on what's been a very memorable and interesting and at times entertaining 10 weeks. It comes and goes so quickly, but we've seen some great racing along the way. And what does the 2-week break look like for you as the head honcho of Whiskey Business Racing, please?
Painting a couple of new cars. Got Travis doing one for our Monday night flavour. So that's one less I have to do, but obviously we've got the new lead-in car for Wednesday, which will need to be done. A revamp of the new Friday night car, and a Thursday night car as well. So I've got a few cars to do. I've already had the recruitment book out, so we've already got another new driver on the cards for next season.
I was waiting for that.
Come on, it's almost a given at this time of any season with me, isn't it?
I mentioned it to somebody the other night. There was someone literally on air lobbying and starting to do what wedge their way into your field and start doing the recruitment on air and in the comment section. Greg, I was like, hang on, you blokes have been spending too much time with Greg Heaney. I'm surprised he's not here with you with the old checkbook out. So how many? 1, 2, 3? How many drivers?
Well, at this point we've got one. We'll see if anybody else is interested in looking to come and race with us. I mean, we've obviously got a massive, well, I wouldn't say massive, but for a small group of guys like us, I mean, we're pushing now, I think, at a good guess, probably at least 16 to 17 drivers. I think at any given point when we had 6, I think, or 7 cars on the grid for GD3 on Monday night within the Pro-Am split. Unfortunately, the 3 guys we had up the front decided to start battling from lap 1. At least a couple of them did anyway, as opposed to checking out up the road and then sorting that stuff out in the last 10 minutes. But it is what it is, and it comes down to, I told them to start, race hard, race fair, just sort it out before the corner. And it is what it is, and the guys will push for next season.
All right, very nicely done. Now, let's get some final comments here, because obviously we've got Jeff and Connor still to come, and then we'll wrap everything up. But I'll probably put everyone out of their misery and put the championship points on the screen before we get to Jeff and Connor, just so that we can put some context to things here. Greg, who would you like to thank before I let you go from a driving standpoint, please?
Well, obviously the team, all the team. I'd be here by myself without them. So yeah, thanks to all the guys back at the team. To Project X, Will, we got Richo, Disruptive Labs, Callum, mate of ours with CPM. Can't forget Mitch, because he's on the car too. Pantech, we got them on there. and obviously everybody here at the GSRC.
And a big thanks to you, mate, for being so good with your time on a post-race show on a Wednesday night throughout the course of the season. And looking forward to seeing more of you in Term 3 and finding out who the recruit is as well. So enjoy the break, go well, and we look forward to seeing you, if not on the 6th of July when the term actually gets underway, certainly by the 8th.
No worries, we'll catch you later.
There he is, Greg Heaney. Hold station, please, Mr. Adams and Mr. Nixon. I'm with you in just a moment. I believe Adam Lavis has got some championship points there ready for us to rock and roll with, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, the elite split. Blake Fitz on top of the summit and to the tune of 46 points in the end over Luke Page. 9:38 played 8:92. Alex Tzikis does get Jace Douglas by 15 points in the end. Douglas ruining that network issue early on. 8:65 played 8:50. Andy Barber 7:90. Bondi slipped to 6th in the end of all of that. And Ryan Barber. So Bondi splits the two Barbers and only 26 points between them. 7:90, 7:86 and 7:64. Adam Hayne, unfortunately, a DNF 7:17. James Scott, not here tonight, but carved up when he was 602. And Sam Blacklock, again, same applies, former champion, 5:58. Let me get that right. 380 points separated the top 10. And Chev Heavy, top 8. 6 of the top 8 was Chevs. And then the next 4 were Fords. So you had 6 and 6 in the top 12, but 6 and 4 in the top 10. Well done to Blake Fitz, the champion in this term of action on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club and the Trophi.AI V8 Elite Series. The dev split, we knew that Ross Amor had already wrapped it up, but the final margin is... 121 points. Jesus Christ. 121 from Bryce Amor to Greg Heaney. Jeff Adams in for third. 22 the margin between those two. Nathan Michael, 8:21, missed out. In the end, well held off Jake Cowman. Richard King, unfortunately, all those guys there, Cowman, King, Dent, all ended up in trouble in the wars throughout the course of the evening. 7:39, 6:99 and 6:38. Then Mitch Wood, Jackson Sufong and Jordan Pianazzola made up the top 10. And have a look at that too, folks. 5 and 5, Ford and Chev. Chev dominant again. 991 to 532. That's what, 400 and I told you maths wasn't a strong point. 459 points covering the top 10. Holy shit, that spreads out. That blows out towards the back end of the campaign, doesn't it? Especially with drivers coming and going and everything else. The team's bragging rights do go to JMR. On the night they'll be ruining with Chase Douglas losing out on that podium position there, obviously, but still good effort from them. 17-15. 15.54 to the Barber boys, second. The best of the team bragging rights from the dev split standpoint, and third outright were the subpar racing duo of Richard King and his teammate, who you're about to hear from, Jeff Adams, Nathan Michael, Mitch Wood, Luke Page, Dane Snadden, nowhere to be seen tonight. They made up the top 5 as Whiskey Business factor in 3 of the next 4 placings outside that top 3 there, 4th, 5th and 7th through Greg Henny and Travis Azzopardi. James Scott and Will Buchanan in between on 1,049, neither of them on the grid tonight. And then Revolution E-Racing. Ross Amor on his own was 8th, so he's doing denty things there. And then Jackson Sufong, Hayden Watson, Sam Blacklock, Lockie Capel made up the top 10. Around the grounds for you before we go to the boys. The Australian women, 6 for 133, too good for the Bangladeshis in the Women's T20 World Cup fixture at the... where was that? I'm on the wrong scorecard. 6 for 133, played 131. 131 Bangladesh bowled out. This was the men's fixture, I should say, at Chattagram. And Australia 6 for 133 in reply to that. Get the job done with 10 balls to spare and 4 wickets in hand. And well done, Cooper Connolly. Again, the best with the bat, 47 there. And the best with the ball tonight were Adam Zampa and Joel Davies with 3 for 18 and 3 for 17 respectively. The Australian women had a field day. They put on a clinic against Bangladesh in the Women's T20 World Cup fixture. So yes, that's the confusion there, folks. We had the girls and the boys playing Bangladesh simultaneously tonight. That one was at Headingley. And Elise Perry, the man of the match, 2 for 14 with the ball. and 19 off 15 with the bat. Beth Mooney also contributing. Georgia Vol 45 off 32 as the women chased it down in 9.5 overs at a run rate of 8.21. 1 for 78 after bowling the Bangladeshis out for 77. And that is job done there for them. Keep an eye on that, though, because they're back in action on Saturday night. India and Afghanistan none for 42 through 6.4, chasing 403 for victory, having bowled the Indians out for 402, and New Zealand 2 for 75 at lunch on the first day's play at the Oval against the Poms in the second test on the back of Kane Williamson's shock retirement call after the first test. Righto, Jeff Adams is here, Connor Nixon's here. Jeffrey, good evening. Let's not talk about the Toyotas. The carnage personified there. Unfortunately, you found yourself in the thick of all of that. Far too much for the sake of it and far too much for your liking, I'm sure. But let's focus on the supercars, mate. It was always going to be difficult to overturn the deficit to Greg, even more difficult when Mitch Wood is happy to play the gentlemanly team game for Whiskey Business Racing. But a great result and a great season altogether, mate. The first Ford home in the Dev split, third in the championship. Well done.
Yeah, thanks. Evening, Zach. Yeah, that was a good run to the end. Yeah, it was unfortunate that I couldn't pip him. He drove well, clean race. I had a clean race too. I was hoping I was going to get some extra points there. You know, and that the team game that's racing, right? That's how it works. And I had Richard King on my side, and unfortunately he had some technical difficulties. He fell foul to his headphones and his USBs all dropping out, and then that caused him some grief. And I've also been running a technical difficulty for the last week and a half with my iRacing since the update. I've been struggling with 30 frames per second with big drops, and yeah, it's been a difficult. I almost didn't race tonight because by the end of the races I've been doing, I've always ended up with a bit of a headache because it's been a bit of a strain on the eyes. But I wanted to just duke it out and see if I could get Greg at the end there, but unfortunately, yeah, just couldn't get it over the line and enough points. And I'd like to congratulate him and to a stunning race there for Ross Armour, and the whole season he's just dominated.
Pleasing for you, though, I guess that technology cooperated with you enough tonight to ensure, as we get some thanks there from, is that Pianazzola's handle on? Yeah, I think it is on YouTube. Alazola. We might start calling him Fernando with Alazola as his handle there. Fernando Alonso was the first thing I thought of when I saw ALO, because you know the old totem pole. That was his three initials. That they put in there. Now, straightening up, nice that technology cooperated enough for you, mate, because otherwise Nathan Michael was charging home with a wet sail. That could have pipped you for third had technology not cooperated for 60 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, I had to just tough it out and try and get this thing over the line, because the championship up the top there was the spread was really tight. So yeah, it was anyone's game to get on the podium for the end of the season, and so I had to turn up. It was just it was one of those things.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. How good. PIA, which is Piastri. Yeah, okay, I'll pay that. I'll pay that. We need to change that on your YouTube handle accordingly, Jordan. And thanks for the ad on Facebook the other day too, mate. We'll catch up in due course. Hopefully see you out there tomorrow night on track as well. If not, you're more than welcome to slide into the booth and have a chat with us, of course. Jeff, tough night for Richard because he was on the tow rope there for a while, but at least he was able to get out and take the checkered flag, and he's finished sixth in the points race here as well.
Yeah, it's always tough when technology does what it does, and it because it's nothing you could have done that could have changed it. So it's all out of your own hands. It's almost like getting taken out in a race by another driver without any of your input. So it's like it hurts. But he was brave enough to get back in the car and finish out some laps, and you got hats off for doing that, because a lot of people don't.
No, indeed. Let's have a chat about a couple of other things here, because obviously Greg's given a big spoiler alert to everybody with regards to your involvement in this series from next season. So when I get your thoughts on that in a moment, but let's talk more about the season as a whole, mate. Third, where do you reckon it got away from you? On reflection, there's not much more you could have done, but 22 points is B's proverbial sort of territory when you look at our points matrix and how many points are on offer across the course of the season. What's the one result that you wish you could overturn if you had the chance?
Oh, I just wish I turned up for round one. Being a super sprint round, there was quite a lot of points on the board there. So, and with 2 drop rounds that I had to drop, like 2 zeros, it's one of those things. If I'd done that first round and dropped a slightly different round, I might not, that's that 20 points, right? Because it's that one extra race that I never got to do. Yeah. So at the end of the day, like, that's just how it rolls, and we try to accommodate as much as possible for people who can and can't turn up. That's why we've got these drop rounds. But it's just the way it goes, and it's unfortunate. And I had fun trying to chase it down as well. So yeah, it's always fun to be the chaser instead of being the chased. It's for me anyway, and I always enjoy it. So at the end of the day, good racing, and I don't think we ever had any sort of disheartened rounds. I don't think any like even Greg or Nathan or Ross Armour or any of us lads got together in any sort of incidents. I think it was a pretty clean season. So hats off to the crew and to everybody that is running the season, because I feel like it's been relatively clean in the open split, or the development split, I should say.
Indeed. Now, on that subject, I guess the other thing we should look at there is that I'm now wondering, based on what you've said, Bondi's had it, Yeaman's had it, so many people have had technical issues, and it's been in this last week and a half since the update. Is there something internally within that update that's causing all this grief, or is it just that aging computers and technology and other factors, Jeff? I'm a little bit perplexed by just how many tech issues we've had over the course of the last fortnight.
Look, it's a known issue for iRacing and the NVIDIA drivers. There's some sort of bug that I can't seem to squash. It still eludes me on what the actual problem is. So there was a pushed update last night for the drivers, for the NVIDIA drivers, for the graphics cards, and that seemed to work, and then all of a sudden it just stopped working again. So like I get glimpses of moments where I'm getting my my full fat frames and with no drops and a nice smooth. I've always had a smooth, I don't pump too bad. I've got a 4080 Super and a 9800 X3D with 32 gigs. So it's not a small PC, so it's got plenty of power and plenty of grunt. And it is disappointing when you get these problems, and it's even more so when you don't know where it's coming from.
All right, very nicely done. Righto, so team hat off, committee hat on. You're taking the reins from Greg Heaney. What can we look forward to in the next term of Trophi.AI Supercar competition, please, mate?
Well, Ben, it's my first time. I'm not going to stir the pot too much, but to be honest, I'm up for briberies. So if anybody's up to who wants to bribe me into getting whatever they want on the track, I'm up for it. I'm good for that. So beer's always a good currency as well. So I'm always up for that as well. But all jokes aside, I will.
No, keep going. We're liking the jokes.
No, look, I'll enjoy having a stab at it. Hopefully, it's I try and get a nice and even balanced round for absolutely everybody to enjoy themselves. And it's no easy feat what Greg's done over the last couple of seasons, like quite a few seasons. He's done a great job. and he'll be leading by example for me. So I'll be definitely be leaning on him for any assistance in that. But I'm also looking forward to taking control of the season, as I haven't done so yet as a committee member. So it's a bit of a step up for myself.
Yeah, a little bit more time required to see the job through, a little bit more behind the scenes work to attend to, whilst also juggling busy, external workloads and family life, and obviously trying to go out there and race in the process as well, mate. So yes, it's going to be a nice new challenge for you, and one that we look forward to seeing you conquer, of course. Although that being said, if you keep talking about bribery around here, we're going to have to nickname you Ashley Klein.
Yeah, that's true.
Christ, what a week. Hey, I guess the main question from mine is any spoilers with regards to what the calendar might look like? It was very American heavy this term. Any significant changes? I don't envisage there to be any significant changes to race format, but it was interesting because 17 this term seemed like an interesting number, an iconic number in Australian motorsport, of course, with the great Dickie Johnson, but one more than what we'd been accustomed to because of a slight rejig of the format, 1 Enduro, 2 Super Sprints and 3 regular sprint rounds. That made up the complement. I don't envisage any real change there to the overall number of races or the formats there within. But from a track standpoint, what can we look forward to? Any spoilers for me?
It'll sort of semi-shadow the officials.
Okay.
It won't be glued to it because I think we're a little bit out of whack with some of it. But that'll give a lot of the dev boys to do some practice races before the actual season racing. So you can get in and do some official races as practices. It's funny how you can do that instead. So, you use official series to get yourself up to scratch for the gents racing, and gents taking priority over officials. I certainly like the sound of that.
I don't mind it at all. We're looking forward to it. A brand new season coming up. Wednesday, July 8 is when it all gets underway. So again, we're up against rugby league at Suncorp Stadium, but that's okay. We can live with that. We've done it before. We'll do it again, and we'll be up against the Pro Series at some point throughout the course of the season, and the Porsche Pro Invitational as well. But I don't imagine we're moving from Wednesday nights, Jeff.
No. The V8s are a staple. They're GSRC bread and butter, and so there's a bit of pressure on to make sure I get it right. So that's the important thing, is to make sure I listen to what people have got to say, those who know more than me, and make sure I take in as much as I can.
All right, mate, I'm looking at the clock. It's 3 minutes past 11. We're going to rack up our second 4-hour broadcast of the week here. Before I let you go, what does the next 2 weeks look like for you?
Oh, just a bit of rest. Just family time. Won't try. I'll obviously be doing me duties, as I said, for the gents. But as apart from that, I'll be having a bit of quiet time on the rig and trying to work out the bugs, because it's going to make it very, very difficult to be competitive if I can't get rid of this issue. And it's unfortunate. But that's one of those things, right? It's almost like a parody to real life racing and values on the track. So
on track tomorrow night in either the V's or the Porsches, mate?
No, Thursdays. I'm always off on Thursdays. I've got my family duties on Thursdays. You might see me in the Enduros for the Friday night, but there's no stream obviously after that. But I might put my head in there, and that'll probably be the last race for me. I don't think I'll be doing any more after that.
You say that, but Trucker Joe Baldwin's put his hand up and said that he might be able to master up a stream for this Friday night, so watch this space. Trucker might be back in business on the platforms of the GSRC for the GEC Enduro, and if that's the case, you'll see it from 8:25 Eastern Standard Time right around Australia, at 6:25 on the West Coast and 10:25 in New Zealand. But I won't be here because I'll be down at the Manning Valley Kart Club. Unfortunately for the club, they're now trying to work out how they can rope me in to being here on a Friday night when I'm elsewhere in the world. That'll be a conversation we have after the AGM, I would suspect. Thank you, Jeff. Well done. Who would you like to thank before I let you go, please?
I'd just like to thank everybody for putting the streams on, for those who run this rock show, because we are a volunteer crew for the best part of it. So, you know, to keep this boat afloat is no easy task. There's a lot of work to be done in the background, and it's a sacrifice it's a sacrifice of love from a lot of these lads that run the rock show. So yeah, I'd just like to show them some appreciation that we are, you know, even though I know I'm part of the committee, it's also, you know, there's a lot of others running the rock show there. So just show my appreciation for those guys. So thanks a lot for everybody for putting it on and putting on a good show, and thanks Mav for running in the background there and doing all your calculations on the fly and doing the stream. You know, it's all muchly appreciated, and thanks Zach for doing the best thing you always do, and that's the commentating and doing a great job.
Thank you, mate. It's an absolute pleasure and a privilege, and it has been for 25 seasons. We'll keep turning up whenever the opportunity is there to do so, and of course that is firmly relying on a continued roll-up of competitors and club members, and of course the sponsors and supporters that continue to show their support for the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, because without any of the above, it just doesn't happen. It's as plain and simple as that. Thank you, mate. Enjoy the break. Go well.
Thanks a lot, guys. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Bye-bye.
We will indeed. There he is, Jeff Adams in Subpar Racing. Cannot wait to see what he brings to the table as the new head operator, ringleader of the circus that is the Supercar Series next term here on the platforms of the GSRC. And last but certainly not least, I've only made him wait an hour, which is an hour less than he normally would have to, being on that part of the country. Hello, Connor Nixon.
Hello, mate. How are you?
I'm well. Long time no here.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Where the bloody hell have you been?
NASCAR. I decided to go and do NASCAR. So yeah, been messing around with that. So that's been full focus. And then finished up Ivor finally. So went from LMP2 to NASCAR. And Tyson said he was doing this race tonight. Haven't touched the Supercar for God knows how long properly. I did ASR on a Tuesdays not long ago as a bit of a championship, but you know, not open setup. You know, and proper cars. The car was an absolute dream to drive. Like, these boys have just, you know, went leaps and bounds in the setup and how to develop the car in the right direction. These boys have. I wish I had these type of cars back in 2024. That's for sure.
Indeed, and we'll talk about the fact that you came from the back of the grid there as well in just a moment. Are you enjoying because I know we so often associate you with open wheelers, but are you enjoying the challenge of the NASCARs and the LMPs of the world?
Yeah, no, LMP2 was such a difficult one. It was the best Europeans in the world. Europeans and Americans in the world. Basically, if you're good in a prototype, you'd be in that class. And I got asked, do you want to come race an LMP2? And I was like, you know what, I haven't done it, but I'm up for the challenge. I think with every event we turned up to, we did at least 300 laps or more, just for prep. And then, finished that up about a month ago, I reckon, or close to. And then, Tom had this crazy idea to get a team going for NASCAR. So, I've had my head in the dirt, really, just been, just really trying to get as fast as possible. And last 2 weeks have been really good. For Oscar, we won the round, got a P3. And the round before that was P2, and then when it comes to officials, I'm versing, some of the best in the world. So, it's been really fun. So, road course this week and road course next week, and then back to oval. So, it's a nice holiday for the next 2 weeks.
It is indeed. The interesting thing about all of this is, of course, it does take away from your ability to turn up here on a regular basis, but it must be nice to be able to pick up where you left off when you do grace us with your presence, mate. That was a real nice drive tonight, and yeah, okay, certain circumstances fell into your lap, but to grab second from the back of the grid over the course of an hour without the assistance of a safety car, geez, you rock and roll beautifully.
Yeah, no, it was all right. I kind of knew what to do. I've done that many bloody laps, as you know. Yeah. You know, you've seen me over the last couple of seasons in the Gen2. Like, I rock it in that car, and then from all the practice from that car coming over to this one, look, few differences, but nothing crazy. You know, in the old car it was 10 wing, you know, as lowest downforce as you could possibly go, and then you just hold them for dear life. And this is similar, bit more grip, you know, in your low speed stuff, but high speed a little bit different, but yeah, very, very similar. So yeah, I was only 2/10 off Tyson, and Brad's just an absolute rocket, as you know. You know, Brad's just leaps and bounds. For where he came from, and and Tyson, obviously he had his spiel, like he's gotten fast too. So, like I said, wish I had these setups back in 2024, because these boys, they've done well for sure.
Jordan Pianazzola just confirming news that I've been waiting 3 hours to try and get hold of, and that is the stripe on his car. It's the state colours of South Australia. I didn't think about that, obviously, because my care factor for that part of the world isn't as high as it is some other parts of the country. But I should have actually put two and two together, because I know he's from that part of the world. And when you look around the streets of Adelaide, you'll see that colour pattern combination run rather prominently. Thank you for the clarification, mate. I was completely perplexed there for a little while, because I was starting to think international flags, not state-based, and even then the state flag of South Australia has more Union Jack on it than anything else. So yes, thank you for that. And of course, if you want any further verification as to their colours, well, it's predominantly red in the cricket. You'd probably have to look at the Crows, I dare say, the AFL side, to see proper representation of that combination in that order, blue, yellow and red. All right, very nicely done. Thank you, Jordan, for that. Appreciate it, because, yes, now that takes care of problem number 1763 of the history of the platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Let's go back to Connor Nixon. The interesting thing for mine here, mate, is obviously the fact that you didn't run into incident. You ran a perfect strategy. Could have been a 1-2-3 had it not been for Brad's computer failure. And that, of course, is an ominous sign to everybody else in this paddock that you guys rock and roll when you're on, you're on. But to go from the rear of the grid, most positions gained, all that jazz. That's a really strong showing to finish the campaign on. Any chance we might see more of you in due course in the Supercar?
Look, I won't say no. Like, I think, being on a Wednesday's always boring for me. So, look, if the boys want to, have a lob, like, they're always in here. I always hear about the banter and the stuff they get on with. There's some nights are good and some nights are great. There's good banter when we all turn up. Like the boys, we just have a good laugh and a good giggle, because like at the end of the day, it's what we're here for. Look, I won't say no. I'm definitely a long way off the two boys in front of me, Brad and Tyson. And the likes of, Blacklock, when all three of them are in the lobby, and Capel, they're pretty much matching each other. So, look, I don't think it'd take me long to get used to this car, because, it feels very similar. It's a lot easier than the NASCAR I'm driving at the moment. The NASCAR literally wants to kill you at every corner. This car kind of a little bit nicer to you. So, you can kind of not manhandle it. You just drive it like a, one pinky on the steering wheel. It's really nice. I think that's the doc doing a lot of the work.
If you just saw Jordan's follow-up comment there, ladies and gentlemen, he's leveled up at 15 all. Although that being said, you'd be in very good company if you didn't give us stuff about Cessnock, because I'm not sure terribly many people do in the grand scheme of things. They care about the vineyards, and that's about it. Not even the local council there gives a stuff at the moment, considering the abomination of the main transit road between the outskirts of Cessnock on the western side of town and the CBD. Geez, I'm not looking forward to contending with that on Sunday and Monday, let me tell you. Just have a look on, just Google Wallenby Road, Cessnock debacle, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Fair dinkum. Wouldn't know if you're up them. Now, let's talk more about this, Connor, because knowing the pace you got there, I know Tyson didn't want to give anything away earlier, but have you been tapped on the shoulder for an enduro drive or not?
No, mate. I've already said that I'm not driving. I already said that someone else is going to take the reins. The last 2 years I've been driving with Brad, so me and Brad are such a good combo. But look, I'm just that busy with NASCAR. Kind of leading that direction with the team as well, with the NASCAR side of it. So for how much money we're putting into NASCAR and the focus and everything else, it's kind of like a bit of a waste if I just jumped back in a car that I could half steer but not be as good as when I'm in the NASCAR. 7K, 8K guys I'm versing, and I'm keeping up with them. So it would be just a bit of a waste in my opinion. And the boys are more worried about my health as well. Look, my health has kind of declined over the years. Obviously in the Gen 2 I would do, probably 4 or 5 races every week. Now, jumping back in this thing, it's a lot of hard work. Even though the NASCAR is hard work, it's not as much hard work as this thing. This thing just, you've got to wrestle it to make it go quick. You can't really, plot around. You've really got to manhandle the thing, and I just think my body just doesn't deal with it too well, which is a bit unfortunate. It was a bit of a health thing as well. So look, you'll see the enduro partners. I think they're really good. You'll recognise a few names.
Yeah,
100%. And you'll recognise some names, some really good guys that really work well with each other as well. Because at the end of the day, it's not pace. It's working together, because you've got 3 rounds and you gotta like the same setup. You've got to like just everything with endurance. Endurance is all about good relationships, because you got to sit with the guy for 6 hours. They've all got some awesome partners to deal with, and I can't wait to see some other things as well. You'll see.
Okay.
So I won't let anything slip because the boys would kill me.
That's true. Yes.
I haven't had to sign any piece of paper yet, but
No. Although that being said, given everything you've just mentioned, if they did, it'd be something. Considering that you might be viewed as an easy target, Connor. It would be something that would be frowning upon very much so if they actually did carry that out. Now, on that subject, you mentioned the NASCAR. I just want to I don't want to hold you up too much longer because obviously we want to be out here by 11:30. I know you've got all the night in the world, but Adam Lavis might not. But I want to ask you about this because you said the NASCAR. You've already heard the boys say, that San Diego circuit's bumpy as all buggery. Have you had a chance to have a run around it yet?
Yeah, mate, I've done about 6 hours worth of driving already. I think we're close to 100 laps by now. It's a hard track. It's the hardest track I've ever driven, full stop. And a lot of people are like, oh, really? Not even like the green hell, Nürburgring or something like that. I'm like, no. Like, the Nürburgring, you can get in a bit of a rhythm and, it's pretty easy to do. But this thing just wants to kill you every corner. Every time you brake, you're under bumps. And, I think if it gets put on the Supercar calendar, a lot of people are going to struggle. I think even the boys the last couple of nights have been jumping in the NASCAR with me just to, have a bit of a go, see what the experience is like. Obviously, we've got some pretty good setups for the NASCARs as well, so a little bit easier for them, not as difficult. I think if you were jumping into a NASCAR with no bloody idea, I think you'd be a bit lost. But they came in and had a bit of a go. Mr. Ratu, which we know he's a bit of a steerer. Even he found it difficult, but he got up to pace pretty quick. And yeah, it was impressive to see him how he drives it, and different driving styles. But yeah, it was cool. But yeah, all of us think it's really hard. Scott Rankin, he thinks it's a hellhole. He doesn't like it at all. So yeah, if you go and ask his opinion, yeah, it'd be a lot different compared to mine. But I love it. It's a good challenge. I think, you know, for the NASCAR boys and, you know, the iRacing racers, I think it's going to be a challenge for sure. But I think when you get to a level, you need those challenges. You know, you can't be going to the same tracks, same type of you know, same type of tracks. So I love your Chicago's, I love San Diego. I love that type of circuits where it gives you a proper challenge, and you're not wrestling the car, you're more wrestling the track.
The interesting thing out of all of that is I read something earlier today, courtesy of Aaron Noonan and his team at the Sleuth. SVG's comparing it to Sydney Olympic Park. It's giving up those sorts of vibes to him. You'll see it Monday morning, coverage from 4:30 on Fox around Australia. The green flag's not due until after 6 a.m. Eastern, though. So a long pre-rush show courtesy of Amazon in America, and you'll see it on Fox here in Australia, 4:30 Monday morning, the real world thing. I can't wait to see how it plays out. I'll be watching it from Cessnock before attending a lunchtime appointment, and then of course going off to the old highway and the run back up north from a weekend down south, back up here ready for the Porsche Pro Invitational next Wednesday night. Yeah, interesting analysis from you, Connor. Appreciate that. I guess the other, you mentioned earlier, just, you know, lighten the mood, a joke to finish with. You mentioned earlier the differences, the difficulty between the NASCAR and the Supercar. I would imagine that the Supercar would be more difficult in the first place because you'd spend a lot more time turning right in a Supercar than you would in NASCAR.
This thing's got a rear wing, mate.
Brilliant. Hey, good to catch up with you, buddy. It's been too long. I'm glad to hear all's going. Well, okay, yeah, health has declined. We know some of the circumstances surrounding that. But we're glad to hear that everything from a racing standpoint is going swimmingly and going beautifully well for you. Keep that up. Hopefully we'll see you back here on a regular basis in the not too distant future, again, time permitting and other racing commitments and all that sort of stuff as well. But keep doing what you do, because that was a great drive tonight. We enjoyed it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, yeah, I'll definitely be around. Gents was the first league I ever did back in 2020, so yeah, look, you'll see me, you know, getting around.
Christ, have you been here for 6 years? Oh, so have I. Yeah. First race was with Pixel Racing. Remember Greg Salon? Yeah.
So that was the first race I ever did, was with Bathurst, and I got a P3. Beat Damon Woods and Rob Carmichael.
And look at what Damon's gone on to do, eh? Oh,
yeah, dude. Yeah, he's a gun. So yeah, no, look, it's yeah, times have changed for sure. I mean, I never thought I'd be in a Logitech car and be a Logitech driver. So look, here we are. So no, it's different worlds. Yeah, just a lot of hard work to kind of get here, but you know, it's all paid off.
Indeed it has. It's been very good to watch how things have changed and evolved in the sim racing world over the last 6 years, mate. Great to hear from you. Go well for the rest of the week. Enjoy the break, or lack thereof in your case. You're still racing. And we'll catch up with you in Term 3.
So is that if I thank my sponsors before we go?
Yeah, go for it. See, this is the thing, right? See, this is the thing. If you're not prompted, at least you've got enough intelligence about you, Connor. I know I take the piss out of you on a regular basis, but at least you've got enough intelligence about you. Enough intelligence about you to actually say, oh, can I, you know, you don't have to ask me permission to do that. Just go and do it on your own accord, mate, please.
Thank you, Zach. Yeah, I'd like to thank Gents. Yeah, like I said, 6 years, starting to grey hairs, sorry. So yeah, massive shout out to Logitech G. Massive supporter of mine as well. As a bit of a personal note, they sent me some gear not too long ago. So running the Logitech headset, keyboard, mouse, everything. So yeah, massive shout out to Logitech G. iLiveries, just got a new helmet done with Lap Labs on it, which is on my helmet, Logitech G. a lot of things, the whole Cars Eye liveries. Revolution Race Gear, they've been on the car since 2025. Massive support of ours. Just, yeah, over the years, they've been on all our cars for the last, forever. And now other supporters, in Cozy Engineering, Tom's mum and dad's business, they've supported the team. Back when I was in 2024, joined the team. Sam Blacklock Media, we all know him. He's got a bit of a mouth on him, but he's just been amazing. Great mate of mine as well. Went to Queensland with him back in 2025. Hybrid racing simulations. Everything on my rig's pretty much HRS. They've been awesome. And Fight for CRC, which is a cancer organisation. Mum went through bowel cancer not too long ago. So that's a very big thing for me. So I've got the blue ribbon on the helmet. And Lap Labs as well as a personal sponsor as well.
A lot to, I guess, what are we talking about here? Wrap your head around with regards to all of that news that you've got going on in your world, Connor. So we hope that everything takes an upward sort of turn in the right direction there as far as everything's concerned, and hopefully everything comes up trumps from a health standpoint, from a mental standpoint, and from everything else, because it seems like you've got a hell of a lot going on, and I guess it's nice to have this outlet as a distraction from all of that at times.
Yeah, 100%, dude. Doing uni as well, so it's full on, man. Life just does not stop. So, Mother studying sim racing or dealing with family. So, it just never stops, man. So, I appreciate it, boys. I'll head out because my brother just got a tattoo, so I just saw it. But, I'm going to go and check it out. So, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. 9:30 over there. Off you go. Enjoy some dinner.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Bye.
And the rest of us are going to enjoy a nighttime supper, a late night snack. Good on you, Connor. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Adam Lavis, here we are 4 hours later. Always the way. Final night of the term on any given night of the week. But another good night, another good showing. Two worthy champions, I think. Good to see Ross Amor get the job done. I'm so wrapped for Fitzy. He couldn't quite string the words together. I think he was still. I think it was still sinking in that he actually got the job done.
Yeah, a shell shock there for him. So hard to. Sometimes it's one of those things. The adrenaline or the emotions get a bit high. You sort of can't comprehend and put into words what you're actually feeling. So got a bit stuck there, but yeah, he's obviously very excited to get the job done. Obviously, I think part of him wishes he did a bit more on full merit pace. The fact is, over the course of the season, he's done the job. So good on him. And yeah, Ross Armour just come along and carved up the boys in the dev split. So both guys done well all season to get the chocolates at the end.
And watch this space, because once Cooper Barnes is here on a regular basis and he's in the elite split next term, oh boy, gee, he's going to throw the cat amongst the pigeons. There's no doubt about that. Now, there's a reminder of how things wrapped up in Waste Options GT3 Pro. Richard Mitchum, we mentioned this on Monday night, had already wrapped up the championship, but because iRacing went down for maintenance, we couldn't actually divulge the full final classified, confirmed, locked and loaded results there for you. Richard Mitchum 877 played Daniel Evans 837, Matty Dench 688. So Denchi did snag third. How about that? From a DNF in round 1 and a DNS in round 9, Denchi has come home in third. Brilliant stuff. The champ is back on his way back to the top of the summit.
Well, because of a couple of litres short for both.
Well, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's couple of moments late in the piece there, and Bo Cubis up 4 spots on the final night, but not enough to displace Denchi. Brilliant performance there, and total position loss total. Can you explain that to me there, please, Adam? Where you've got it highlighted at the moment, Bo Cubis. So position gained and lost. Why is Cubis showing minus 18?
Basically means he qualified better than he raced.
Copy.
So, he's on aggregate, he's lost more places over the season he's gained.
So Racecraft is something that Cubis needs to work on next term. Qualifying is not necessarily an issue. Okay, interesting. Luke King in for 5th. 6th for Rodney Gollan, then Derek Fitzgerald. Eli Donaldson parked it up partway through the term in his title defence. Luke Page and Paul Rogers made up the top 10. Those big movers on the final night. Fitzgerald up 3 spots. Good on you, Derek. He's going to be one to watch tomorrow night in Formula V again. 877 played, 837 played, 688. In the end, top 10 covered by 261 points. And only 1 point between Paul Rogers and Luke Page at the very end there. How about that? And Eli drops 5 in the final round. But the big takeaway is that Denchi's on his way back to the top of the summit. He'll win a 14th title at some point, and it may be this year. 3 championships on the trot for Vermilion with Lewis Greathead, Eli Donaldson, and now Richard Mitchum climbing to the top step of the GT3 Summit, the Waste Options GT3 Pro Series Summit. Well done to them. We wanted to finalise the Pro-Am results for you as well. Matt Schmidtke, 865, defeated Sean Benici, 806 in the end, 59 the margin. So Schmidtke did it comfortably, and a 23-point swing in his favour in that final round. Didn't make life easy for himself, Schmidtke. We thought he was going to let it slip by the wayside, but thankfully he got it together and put the result on the board. The one that highlighted that Le Mans was going to be a bit of an issue for him was Dane Snadden. It proved to be. Only 21st on the night. That was the difference. That ended his 5-race winning streak, ended his hopes of a championship. He ended up 4th behind Brad Coates. 6 different manufacturers. 7 different manufacturers in the top 7. That's why we love Pro-Am. Lambo, McLaren, Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston. Good on you, Jordan. Running the one of only 2 Astons in the top 10. And, of course, Adam Lavis in the Ford. Mustang, I'm going to get to you in a moment. I want to talk about your racing. There was an Audi just outside. What happened to the BMW that was in the mix there as well? Was there a BMW in the mix in all of that or not? Have I got my wires crossed? It might have been AM, which we've already finalised. I apologise. Yes, it was. Ben Goring, there it is. Thank you. Sorry, there's a lot of names and a lot of manufacturers and a lot of detail to wrap your head around, folks. 7 different manufacturers in the top 10, 7 different manufacturers in the top 7. Only 2 Porsches, 2 Astons and 2 Ferraris. The multiples there. Dave Oliver got into the top 10 at the end of the season as well. So he did almightily well. And in the end, what are we there? 269 points, I think that is, between Matt Schmidtke and Dave Oliver, separating the top 10.
You like the manufacturer. You like the manufacturer stat. You got 9 in the top 12, and then 10 in the top 17. So.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? It is absolutely ridiculous. Actually, can we just go back to the top there? So no Acuras at all, but Lambo, McLaren, Porsche, Ferrari, Merc, Aston, and Ford in the top 7. The first of the Audis 11th, so that's 8. And the Chev down there of David Bernays in 17, so that's 9 in the top 17. Who am
I miss this too much.
There's a BMW somewhere down there, I think, or is there not? No, so no BMW and no Acura in that series at the end of the season. So there you have it. So only the 9 manufacturers, and they all got a Guernsey in the top 17. How about that? Whiskey Business Racing. Well done, Matt Schmidtke and Sean Benici winning the team's bragging rights from the Pro-Am split. From the Pro split, Richard Mitchum, Eli Donaldson, even though Eli bailed halfway through. They get the job done as far as the best pro-placed team was concerned in the team bragging rights, and the best AM split team, the champion, Mitchell van der Van and Mitchell Buckman. So, again, the key to that puzzle, the key to that picture there, is that the 3 champions were also 1, 2, and 3 in the team's bragging rights as well. Schmidtke from Pro-Am, van der Van from Am, and Mitchum from Pro. Excellent stuff. Hey, I want to quickly get your thoughts on tomorrow night because, let's be honest, compulsory viewing for everybody. Tomorrow night, we're very excited about how it might play out in the Porsches, mate. Jordan reckons he's going the Acura next season. I like that. Someone thinking outside the box because there's not been a lot of that this term, has there? And also, Adam, compulsory viewing tomorrow night in the Formula Vs, compulsory viewing the Porsche Cup. There or thereabouts. you're fourth in the points race at the moment in Formula V. You could snag a podium there, but I guess your main focus is going to be the Porsche Open Cup and Sandown, and how you get about going through the 3 races and the 2 inverts contained in with that, when you've got, firstly, 54 points breathing space over Sean Benici and 96 over Paul Wilson. You've got a couple of drop rounds to fall back on, but you don't want to be relying on those on a night like tomorrow night.
No. The other thing is that, you've got the 3 races, which is the thing. So there's 3 races, which is a jeopardy. Sandown, that's sort of a track I'm usually pretty good at, so that part helps me. Then you got the other problem is...
Oh, okay. So, high chance of precipitation tomorrow night.
Well,
beautiful.
Low chance. Low chance during races. So it's only small, but it could be a little bit of puddle here and there potentially. It could very well just be dry, no problems, because as I said, it's under 20% most of the time. But there is a chance that something might spruik up and throw a spanner in the work.
Oh boy. Okay. So bet your bottom dollar on a cloudy night there tomorrow night, and maybe pack the brolly just in case. Oh boy. How about that? Excellent stuff. Good luck with that title quest tomorrow night, Adam. I hope it goes well. And thanks for your efforts on predominantly a Wednesday night throughout the course of the season. It's been a little bit different, something to get used to, having you here on a Wednesday night. It's been a couple of years since that's been the case. You were the only one in the house there for a long time, so we had you Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. No matter when we were on, you were behind the chair, pushing the buttons and producing and directing for us. So it's a little bit of a back to the future moment, but who knows what the schedule looks like next term, whether you're back in your most prominent position on a Monday night or whether you're here on a Wednesday night again. But a good term of racing, and it's been well worth turning up for, particularly the 86s. They have turned it on, particularly these last 3 weeks.
Yeah, indeed, they've been real racing, and as the boys were saying in the interviews earlier, there's a lot less silly incidents this season. Last year when we ran them, it was like they all took a bit too much cordial before they went out there and went a bit crazy. But this season they've had a lot of close racing, but for the most part kept it relatively clean, and no big blow-ups at the end of the night for the most part. So that's always a good thing to have. The less anger and the discord at the end of the race, the better.
And obviously, as we say, I think a few of them just got sick of being punted to the naughty corner. And I reckon that's been a nice little jolt in the right direction, and everybody's had to clean up their act accordingly. I stress again, the results of that 86 challenge are subject to a post-race review of that incident that triggered the safety car, and I hope that isn't the determining factor in the championship. I'd hate to see Braden lose it that way, and I know Benny wouldn't appreciate winning it that way either, but if that is how the cookie crumbles, then so be it. But we'll wait and see. We'll hopefully be able to confirm that for you tomorrow night. Big thanks to everybody that puts it together for us, ladies and gentlemen. From a sponsor standpoint, it's Trophi.AI, it's of course the great people at Flash Graphics, it's merch.GSRC.inc, it's Disruptive Labs, it's Waste Options. We cannot do it without those people, and they're integral, vitally important and ongoing sponsorship and support of the platforms of the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club and everything that we do here. A huge thanks to Adam Lavis for his ongoing efforts as the head of broadcast here. He's our broadcast producer, director, and of course coordinator. To the rest of the broadcast crew, you're right, Jordan, it was something indeed. Good to see we've still got people tuning in at this time of the night. Don't you people have sleep to get or something? I don't know. I love their enthusiasm, though. I love that we still have people tuning in and engaging with us this late on a Wednesday night. But a big thanks to, first and foremost, before I get to the committee and everything else, a big thanks to the competitors, because without them continuing to show up in drives each and every week, week in, week out, 10 weeks a term, 4 terms a year, 40 weeks of commitment. Put simply, what's the point? We wouldn't have anything to broadcast. So this doesn't happen without you guys. So a big thanks to the lot of you for your ongoing dedication and for the entertainment that you bring to the table, the show you put on each and every single week, the 86s especially, the Vs especially, and everything else filled us in underneath in no particular order of preference. These boys were on the ragged edge tonight. They left nothing on the table. We enjoyed it immensely, and we hope you did as well. A big thanks to all of our crew behind the scenes, because without them it doesn't happen. From a broadcast standpoint, we need to thank Jordan, we need to thank Joe Baldwin, we need to thank, of course, Andrew Neal, Matt Schmidtke, Dan Yeaman, and everybody else that's contributed from a broadcast standpoint this term at least, and everybody that's contributed throughout the course of the last 25 seasons on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, a list that I don't have finalised in front of me at the moment, but they know who they are, and there's been many hands that have made light work over the course of the years. I mean, Adam and I are lucky we've been the constants over the course of that time, but the quantity, the volume of broadcasts we've been able to produce and distribute along the way has been thanks to the amount of people that have turned up and put their hand up to do it with us and for us. I hope that we'll have a couple of extra hands back on deck next term on that note. Joe Baldwin, of course, most notably, now that he's got the internet up and running, he's got the new house set up, and he's got everything unpacked and ready to rock and roll. He'll be back, and we're looking forward to that. Hopefully in the next 24 to 48 hours we'll be able to confirm what the schedule looks like for next term as well for you, ladies and gentlemen. But what I do know is that it will all start Monday, July 6th, and it'll go through until Friday, September 11. Big thanks to our crew in race control, headed by Travis Azapati and Paul Wood from a race control and steward point of view. Everybody that helps them out throughout the course of the season, because again, it just adds that real world element to what we do here, and ensures that we've got policy and procedures to enforce and adhere to along the way. In the name of fairness, let's be perfectly honest, there'd be a lot more civil unrest within this club if it weren't for race control actually being able to keep these blokes in line. And lastly, a big thanks to everyone that tunes in at home each and every night of each and every week of the term and makes it happen for us, and interacts with the comments, whether they're a racer, a spectator, a fan, or anything in between. We love your input, we love the interaction, we love the banter. Have I left anyone out, Adam?
Not sure.
Okay, not sure.
Possibly that.
Possibly. I hope not. But no, I feel as though that's the brunt of it. Our committee, most notably, I think I mentioned them earlier. Jeff Adams pointed out, Greg Heaney pointed it out, Adam Lavis will point it out. It's a voluntary job. These guys do it for the love, they do it for the passion, they do it for the sake of the longevity of the club, and they are often in a thankless job, and as I said, it's one that is purely voluntary. They don't make a scrap of a change out of it, but they're here because they love being part of the community and the environment, and they put their hand up and they know what they're signing up for, but they do it anyway. They're better men than me. But a big thanks to all of them, led by Josh Suno and Greg Heaney, President, and El Vice Presidente, respectively. They've been brilliant. Everybody that's worked under them year on year, and everyone that's preceded Josh in the President's chair. Big thanks to all you guys. Big thanks also, it must be noted, to Josh for highlighting or alerting my attention to the fact that the AGM is coming up on Sunday, July 12. Make a note of that if you remember. You get to put your 5 cents in, have your say, and get an update on where things stand as far as this club is concerned. Sunday, July 12. It's the first Sunday of the new term, so we reconvene on July 6th, and then July 12 is the AGM. I apologise if I've left anybody out. It's certainly not intentional. I often do this thank you at the end of the season off the top of my head, and considering that my short term's getting worse, I probably should stop doing that and go back to having a list in front of me. Around the grounds last time tonight, just repeating, Australia won the first men's T20 international against Bangladesh, 6 for 133 they ended up, and 18.2 overs chasing Bangladesh, who they bowled out for 131. The women, too good. They smashed Bangladesh in the corresponding match. The Women's T20 World Cup, of course, that competition continues tonight. I'll give you a little bit of a rundown there in just a moment, but Australia bowled the 20 overs through. Bangladesh 8 for 77, Australia won for 78 in reply, and they did it in, 9.3 overs, so they had 63 balls to spare. Afghanistan are putting in a gallant effort, but I reckon it's one they're going to fall short in. Chasing India's all-out 402 in the 50th over. They're chasing 403 for victory. They're 2 for 100 through 19.1 overs, probably going better than anyone would have expected them to at this point. Then, as far as the New Zealand Test match is concerned, that continues on Fox Sports as soon as we're done here. 3 for 86 New Zealand, having been sent into bat. They've had a rain delay already. They started a little bit late. 3 for 86. Trying to get back on even terms with England in the series. And Australia's next match at that Women's T20 World Cup, the Indians and the Netherlands already underway. Pakistan and South Africa tomorrow morning. That's from 3:30 a.m. All these matches are on Amazon Prime. Saturday night, the Australians take on the Dutch, the Netherlands. That should be another crushing victory for them. And that is from Southampton. And that is from 7:30 p.m. Again, you'll see it on Amazon Prime, and they are showing that for free. So you've only got to have a subscription, not a paid subscription plan, but you've only got to have a subscription to be able to access that for free. And the World Cup tomorrow morning, of course, it all starts at 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time on SBS. Hydration breaks and all. Portugal and the Democratic Republic of Congo first up at 5:30 for a 6 a.m. kickoff. England and Croatia, 9 a.m, 8:30 pre-game, Ghana and Panama. And Uzbekistan and Colombia rounded out at 11:30 a.m. for a 12 o'clock kickoff. So all that to look forward to tomorrow. Under 19 State of Origin tomorrow night. Golf, US Open getting underway. And Fremantle and Geelong in the AFL. So a lot to go around the grounds for tomorrow night. As soon as we're done here, switch across to 7-2 and soak up the final affair, the grandeur, the pomp and ceremony of Royal Ascot. Day 2 of Royal Ascot underway as we sign off here. Let's have a look ahead for you on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Only 3 events to go this term. Then we're going to knock off and take a break. Recharge the batteries and get ready to go again in July. Tomorrow night, the West Circuit, the Bend. The configuration is probably the best that circuit has to offer. There are 3 sprint races. The races 28, 29, 30 of the campaign. It is Chapman versus Merritt versus Sagassa for the title, and it is live from 7:30 Eastern Time. As Jordan Pianazzola has already said, he wouldn't miss it for the world, nor should you, ladies and gentlemen. Be here for the hottest ticket in town tomorrow night. They dished up the goods last week at Willow Springs. They'll do the same again tomorrow night from the Bend. You'll see it from 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Sandown will follow the final round. It's an all-Australia night tomorrow night. Super sprint format for the GSRC Porsche Cup. You'll see it from 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. And then on Friday night, maybe a broadcast here with Joe Baldwin from 8:25 Eastern. We've just got to try and find a broadcast commentator for him to bounce off. As I said, I'm unavailable, but that doesn't mean that somebody else won't step up to the plate. Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya, the historic configuration there, the current configuration, the Grand Prix configuration of this year, pretty much. 200 kilometres, the journey, 75 minutes time limit on that, and that is coming your way from 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Either tomorrow night or Friday night, we'll spin the wheel to confirm the car of choice for Saturday night for the final mountain men of the campaign. Now, I believe that because it's the finale, Adam, it'll be 50 laps and 300 kilometres, is that right? 310 kilometres, 50 laps, Mount Panorama, Bathurst, Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Car of choice to be determined by a spin of the wheel either tomorrow or Friday. Hope you can join us for that. And at 12 minutes to midnight, that is where we're going to leave you at this particular point in time. Well done to all and sundry. It's been a brilliant night. Season 26 and term 3 of 2026, or as Adam Lavis so rightly puts it there, season 2026C gets underway Monday, July 6th. More info either tomorrow night, Friday night, or somewhere over the course of the 2-week break on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club with regards to what's going to be shown in what time slot and what we're going to be broadcasting, etc, etc, etc. For more info, race.tgsrci.com for all the information, or if you want to sign up and become a member of this magnificent club going into its 26th season, or if you want to become a sponsor of any one of the categories or the club in general. Race.tgsrci.com is where you go. And while you're there, merch.tgsrci.com is where you go for all the GSRC related merch and paraphernalia. Of course, plenty of great merch to get your hands on there: singlets, jumpers, shirts, bucket hats, stubby coolers, bottle openers, you name it. There's a lot in the merch store to get your hands on. So, on behalf of Adam Lavis and all the broadcast commentary and production team here, as the great John Hindhoff would say, the mountain has delivered again. 4 magnificent races throughout the course of the last 4.25 hours, and we sincerely hope that you've enjoyed it as much as we've enjoyed bringing it to you. On behalf of all the crew here, I'm Zach Capen. Until we see you tomorrow night for the final night of Thursday Night Motorsport for Turn 2 and the 6-race triple treat for both the Porsches and the Vs. The smorgasbord of racing that's going to bring the curtain down on another magnificent 10 weeks of the hottest ticket in town for Thursday Night Motorsport in Turn 2. I'll be here with Matt Schmidtke for you from 7:25 Eastern Standard Time. We look forward to your company there. In the meantime, enjoy what's left of your Wednesday night, especially those of you on the West Coast, or those of you in New Zealand. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday morning. World Cup action in 2.5 hours' time. Royal Ascot in the meantime to fill the gap for you until we see you tomorrow night as we bring you a 6-race card, a spectacular way to bring the curtain down on the season. It's bye for now. Have a great morning.